Hello, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I hope you guys are doing well. Captain Wonderfluff, it's good to see you. Working way through some character art homework. Nice. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a random time stream for me, but if you're in Discord, then you read my big note about why I'm streaming right now and why I want to start streaming more. And if you're not in Discord, I'll just kind of give you guys a brief overview of everything. Basically, I just want to start doing more game development on stream, kind of as a way to document what I'm doing, but also just give myself like a reason to stay on tasks and not get distracted. I also just really enjoy, and I haven't been able to do this a lot, just like checking out the game news every day and keeping up with the industry, just seeing what's going on. I feel like I miss all of these showcases all of a sudden because I'm not used to like not reading the news every single day. Maybe I used to do that a little bit too much, but I do find myself just like, like there's a game that comes out and it's like, I didn't know that was coming out, and that's very rare for me. Doing good two's up, almost halfway through the week now, so it's always nice. That's right. Almost halfway through the week, and it's also the first day of a month, which I didn't even really think about or really even plan, but that actually works out really good, and I feel like that's a good incentive for me to start doing this like on the first day of a month. I don't know what it is about like the first day of a month. It's different from just like first day of a week or even like first day of a year or something like that. I feel like for me personally, I really like almost like reevaluating things at the first of the month, and I try and think about like what I'm working on, what my goals are, what I want to achieve that month. Sorry, I just got a really random message. I'm gonna have to reply to this. One thing that I'm gonna do, boy, where do I start? Some of you guys may not know this. I don't know where to start. Maybe I should just start at the beginning. A year ago, I started doing game development. Actually, a little over a year ago now. I can't say a year anymore. So it was really like late 2022 was the first time I booted up Unreal Engine for the first time and started playing around with it. And then in January 2023 was the first time that I tried to make anything. I spent a month and made a little demo that I decided to turn into a full game, which is now what House of Lies is, or what House of Lies is becoming. I worked on and off with that for a while. Then I decided, for some reason, I thought like, hey, let's make a different game because this will be easier. And then somehow that game became like way more complex. And somehow like, so that turned into the Nightmare Escape, which is a much more original idea for a game. But somehow I thought like, oh, I could make this really quick. I could make this in like 6 months. So I worked on that for a while, and then I realized that after like 4 or 5 months, I was nowhere near close to being done, and that was going to take way longer than 6 months. So then we had Steam Next Fest that was coming around, and I was like, okay, I'm going to make 2 demos for each game, or 1 demo for each game, and put them out in Steam Next Fest. And I did that. And then I was like, well, now I don't know what to do. So I decided, like, okay, I've got to just focus on one thing and get one of these games done. And so I've gone back to House of Lies, which is my Resident Evil survival horror game. I'm focusing on that, and I'm determined to get that done. So, determined to get that done. Then I got sidetracked by learning Blender, and I spent like a month and a half playing with Blender, which actually has been quite successful because I created a few different assets. I put them up on the Unreal Engine Marketplace. I've sold a little bit, a very tiny bit, but it has proven to me that I think that that's a really good way to maybe have some supplemental income coming in, is by creating assets. You just have to know, like, what are the right assets, I think, to try and put up. 2 of the assets I put up have done quite well. They're very cheap, small assets. And then one of the assets, which unfortunately took by far the longest amount of time, has barely sold anything. So, yeah, I've been a little surprised with that because the asset was a greenhouse, which, like, granted, there's probably not a lot of people that are looking for a greenhouse, but it's also one of only like 3 other greenhouses on the marketplace. So I really thought that it might do a little bit better, and I do think that it still has potential to do better. It just is one of those things that you have to be looking for a greenhouse. Whereas the other assets are more general. There's like a pack of locks and keys, and then just like some pillars and that kind of stuff, which those are doing quite well. But anyway, got sidetracked on that for a little while. And then I started coming back to House of Lies, and I started working more on it, and then I really started to kind of freak out a little bit because I started to realize that I was really struggling to learn how to do some of the stuff that I needed to learn how to do. And one of the main things there was AI. The AI for the game, like the zombies and the enemies in the game. And it wasn't so much that I couldn't learn how to do it. It was more that, like, it was just taking me so long. It's so complex. I think it is a little above my head. And yeah, I kind of started to freak out a little bit, if I'm being honest, because I kind of just got to the point to where I was like, I really don't know if I can do this. If I had all the time in the world and I didn't have to, constantly think about like putting a deadline on this and making a product out of this, then yeah, sure, I feel like I could do it. But I kind of came to the conclusion that I'm going to need help on this. So then I started trying to find people to basically form a studio with, and probably to no one's surprise at all, when you don't have any way to pay anyone, it's hard to find people that want to work with you. And I'm not really, like, I'm not trying to advocate that you should work for free or anything. But at the same time, if you're someone like me and you want to make a game and you want to, like, find partners and people to work with, it's very challenging because I don't necessarily have very many incentives that I can give to them. Like, yeah, sure, I can say, hey, we can do a rev share, but like to them, you know, there's no guarantee that that's going to follow through, and there's tons and tons of these projects that people join, and I've fallen into this as well, where I've fallen into projects that people are working on, and you know, they all say like, oh yeah, we're gonna make this game and we're gonna have a rev share, and you know, we'll all share everything, and like it starts out, everyone's excited, and then reality sets in, and you realize that there's no leadership, and no one is really doing anything because no one is really like assigning tasks, or even if people are assigning tasks, then people are just kind of doing stuff when they want on their own. And it's really hard. It's really, really challenging. So, yeah, fortunately, I have found a few people. Of course, you guys know Steve. Steve has helped me with some stuff. Or if you don't know Steve, Steve helps me with things. Steve does some 3D modeling. He does just kind of like a little bit of some general stuff. Great guy to have around. I also found a wonderful programmer who I will just call Charles for now. You guys might even hear him or meet him in the future. I kind of plan to maybe like be in voice chat when I do some of these in our team Discord. So might be some people that, you know, hop on, and you guys might get a chance to hear us talking or ask them questions too if anyone has anything. Or, you know, I want game development to me is weird because especially in like AAA games, like it's all so secretive and I never understand why. Like obviously story stuff, you know, you don't want to reveal that stuff, but I never understand why game development is so secretive, and like there's all these NDAs and things like that. Like I don't know, it's just as weird to me. So I feel like it's kind of fun to just be more open and just, you know, talk about what's going on. So that's kind of my plan for now. Maybe that'll completely change. Like maybe I'll realize the issues with that. But anyway, so I found Charles. Charles is great. I found a wonderful animator who has been helping out a lot. That's been super helpful. And a couple of other people that have kind of been on and off, but those are the main people. So yeah, I don't really know where I was going with all of that. I guess just to say that, like, here I am streaming now. I want to try and start streaming more and kind of showing what's going on, showing what I'm working on. But also, especially like the start of these streams, just having more of just kind of like a casual conversation about what's going on in the industry wide. And, you know, both from like a gamer's perspective, but also from a game developer perspective as well. So I think it's fun to just like to check Twitter, you know, just to check the different subreddits. What do we have? PC gaming subreddit is always a wonderful, happy place. I'm sure there will be nothing but wonderful news on there. PS5 subreddit. That's a good one too. And I don't know, maybe some of the sites like PC Gamer, Games Radar I like. Curious if you guys have any games websites that you like. Kotaku. Although I don't really ever go to Kotaku anymore. I used to go to Kotaku every single day, along with Engadget as well. Anybody ever go to Engadget? I used to go to them every single day as well. Ooh, I am very excited for Industria 2. I really need to play Industria 1. Actually, that reminds me. Did anyone go and claim Industrial 1 on Epic? I can't remember if I did yet. It's free on Epic right now. I think I did claim this already. Yeah, it's already in my library. Hello, Suvi. Industry, what? How are you doing today, Suvi? I don't know why I said your name like that. Wow, Elder Scrolls... Wait, that says... Oh yeah, Morrowind. Wait, was Morrowind the second? Wasn't Morrowind the third game? Elder Scrolls... Yeah, Elder Scrolls 2 was Daggerfall. What do you do at Game Awards? Did you guys see the news that apparently they want to get Fallout 5 out before 2030? Which sounds like a long time away, but also I don't know if that is that long. Because like Elder Scrolls 6 is going to obviously be the next game. So that means they're going to have to make Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 in 6 years? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be possible. Took meds for the first time in a week. Happy days. Hi, Draco. The image literally says 3. Oh, yeah. I think they just mistyped that. That's funny. It's also just funny that they just add Elder Scrolls 6 is now in production. Like, okay. How are you doing, Draco? Always pick the bear. Games expected at the Xbox Showcase. New Call of Duty. New Gears of War. That's interesting. There's so many games that Microsoft has announced that haven't come out. I don't know if I want them to just say like, hey, we're making a Gears of War. We don't know when it's gonna be out, but we're making one of those. You guys love Gears of War, right? Like, I'm so sick of Microsoft announcing stuff that is just years away, or that they don't even like have an idea of what the game is. Avowed, Indiana Jones, Starfield, Shattered Space. Apparently Shattered Space is not coming out until fall of this year. That's... man, it's a long time. Like an entire year between release of that game and the first DLC. They're just riding the Halcyon train. Suvi, I can't remember. Have you played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2? Did you know about Minsk? Or did you get that far in BG3? Did you meet Minsk? Just announced Batman Arkham Shadow, a new MetaQuest VR game coming late 2024. Does Rocksteady have anything to do with that? Is that just like... what are they doing here? Arkham Shadow world premiere from Camouflage and Oculus Studios. Partnership with Warner Bros. I'm curious what the general consensus around VR is now. What in the world? That looks like, what's that? What's that game with the rats? That's what it made me think of. You played 2 hours of 2? Hal murdered Minsk because Jahira was dead. Yeah, I didn't have any option. Jahira died, like, 4 months ago. Apparently you can get him without Jahira, so he didn't have... Oh, you can't get him without Jahira, yeah. It's okay, it's his first playthrough, I can't judge, but I'm judging. Poor Minsk and Boo. I know, I'm sorry. I didn't know. That was such a cool entrance from Minsk, though. I really think that's one of my favorite entrances, like, of any character in any video game. That was very, very cool. So, let's see. Summer Game Fest is starting June 7th. I need to start looking at the calendar here for things. Looks like we do have... Yeah, we have an events page. Oh my goodness, starting in 37 days. I cannot believe we're that close to E3, not E3 anymore. Don't we have more things? Like, hasn't Ubisoft announced their press conference? If I do, I can't type E3 2024 events. Summer game events. Ooh, here we go. Well, this is a pretty good list. Okay. So there's always next playthrough, yeah. So June 7th. When is June 7th exactly? What day is that? That's a Friday. First Friday in June. So Summer Game Fest starts on June 7th. And then a Future Games Show is June 8th. PC Gaming Show is June 9th. Wait, why don't they have... Well, this is an incomplete list. Because also on June 9th is going to be Xbox, presumably Bethesda, and now... Oh my goodness. It just hit me with how much stuff is going to be happening at the Xbox Showcase. Because not only is it just Xbox and Bethesda now, it's also all of Activision. Which also means Blizzard. And BlizzCon just got canceled. So they're probably going to roll all of that stuff into the Xbox Showcase as well. My goodness. It's going to be like 5 hours long to show all this stuff. One day before your birthday. Best B-day ever. Why does B-day sound weird when you say that out loud? BlizzCon got so canceled. What a surprise. Yep. Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm excited for all of that. I will definitely stream all of that. So really, it's going to start June 7th, which is, man, just a little over a month away. Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 weeks plus 2 days. It's disgusting how fast time moves. Slow down. Do you guys think I will be... will I be finished by... Oh my goodness, Suvi! What are you doing? Will I be finished with Baldur's Gate 3 by then? Hang on, I want to read what that says. Suvi tipped $45.10 to say, get yourself something nice, even if you had to kill Minsk. Love you, really. Thank you so much, Suvi. That is very, very, very nice of you. Thank you. Oh, man. Honestly, that will pay for, like... I was going to say, like, a week worth of groceries, but not anymore. I used to be able to live off of $50 a week with groceries, which that's just crazy nowadays. But hey, it'll pay for, like, 3 days. You kept me alive for 3 more days, Suvi. Thank you. No. But thank you, seriously, though. I really do appreciate that. What else do we have? Magic the Gathering card sells for a record-breaking $3 million, and fans don't believe it. My goodness. Thank you, Suvi. Stellar Blade Secret Request side quest. Man, I want to play Stellar Blade so much. You know, I would put that money towards buying Stellar Blade, but even if I get the money, I don't have the time to play it. That's what stinks. I am really curious when Silent Hill 2 is going to come out. It sounds like it's definitely going to come out this year. I wonder if... Oh man, you guys think Konami will have a new press conference this year? That would be fun. Alan Tudyk. I love Alan Tudyk. Baldur's Gate 3 lead went from joy to anxiety in seconds after hearing Larian's next game would be a follow-up to a beloved RPG series. Wait. Are they saying, like, when they heard it was going to be Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, yeah, following up on Baldur's Gate 2 came with a lot of pressure. I bet it did. Although, I mean... Like, I'm not downplaying this poor guy's anxiety. But I also don't think... Like, I think more people were surprised that Baldur's Gate 3 is as good as it is, as opposed to, like, if it came out and it was just, you know, like, it was good. Like, even if it was, like, Divinity Original Sin 2 good, which, personally, I think it is. Like, I think Divinity Original Sin is great. I think I don't know, to me, the most surprising thing around all of Baldur's Gate 3 is just how popular it is. I just had no idea that D&D was as big as it was, and that it would become just like this gaming icon. Clickbait article. I was surprised how well received it was. BG1 and 2 are beloved games, but very niche. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought as well. Like, I guess it's more surprising to me that Baldur's Gate 3 is as successful as it is. And wait, I don't know. I don't feel like I'm saying this right. What I'm trying to say is, like, I think Divinity Original Sin 2 is maybe as good as Baldur's Gate 3. The characters, like, especially some of the characters, Gale, I really love Gale. In Baldur's Gate 3, I would say the characters overall are better, but I might say that the gameplay is better in Divinity Original Sin. But that also is just because I feel like half the time I do something in Baldur's Gate 3, something happens that I don't understand. And I feel like I'm able to understand Divinity a little bit better. Divinity OS2 is the reason BG3 is so great. But I think you might be right, but that is also kind of surprising to me because, like, Divinity Original Sin 2 was still, like, a very niche game, you know? And it's just so surprising to me that, like, I don't know, it just seems like all of these people that have never even played a role-playing game are all of a sudden going into Baldur's Gate 3. And when I think about, like your first role-playing game that you should play, I don't feel like I would typically recommend something like Baldur's Gate 3. It seems like it's such a complex RPG compared to something like Skyrim or something, you know? And that's not to say that I'm not thrilled. Like, I love these types of games. And I love the complexities of them. And I love turn-based combat. But it's just really surprising to me that it's as popular as it is. You liked the elf in OS2? Yeah. BG3 is just earth-shatteringly good. Yeah. Characters in Original Sin 2 were pretty meh for me, but I still enjoyed the game. Yeah. Same. Has anyone played or plans to play or plans to check out Sandland? Does anyone even know what Sandland is? I'm so curious about it. Sandland, if you don't know, is the Toriyama, like the thing that he was working on when he died. And it's like very, very Dragon Ball, apparently. I wonder, how is it doing on Steam? Oh, wow, it's very well received. Although only 233 reviews, but 90%. They have a demo. Ooh. I'll download the demo. Let's put you there. Yeah, the DPZ art one. Personally, I actually liked the dwarves better in DOS2 than I do in BG3. They were more the way I envisioned them. The ones in BG3 just look like short football players, and I don't like it. I think I might agree with you. I do really like the goblins in BG3, though. And they're kind of a unique, like, I don't feel like I've played a game with goblins before. Maybe I have. But I don't feel like they've been as big as they are in that game. Too bad I killed all of them. You just hate how they designed the dwarves, yeah? Development on Elder Scrolls 6 and Fallout 5 is looking to speed up. What is this? Why is that not loading? You killed the innocent tieflings once. Helldivers 2 remains the best-selling premium game of 2024 year to date after placing second in March. Wow. Oh, do we have new NPDs out? Oh, this is always interesting to look at. This guy devotes his life to video game statistics. It's always very interesting data. Let's see. Projected total U.S. spending on video game hardware, content, and accessories gained 4% in March 2024 versus year over year, reaching $4.9 billion. Mobile content spending grew 15%, offsetting a 32% drop in hardware. U.S. video game projected total market consumer spending, 13-month rolling consumer spending by month and change versus prior year. So what do we have? So we grew 5%. All right, here we go. March 2024 top 20 best-selling video games. Number 1, Dragon's Dogma 2. Congrats to Dragon's Dogma 2. Coming in next is Helldivers 2. Third, MLB The Show. That's a new game. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 is the 4th best-selling video game. Number 5, Rise of Ronin. Nice. Number 6, Princess Peach Showtime. Number 7, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Number 8, Unicorn Overlord. Wow. I didn't realize Unicorn Overlord was doing that well. Number 9, WWE. Number 10, Hogwarts Legacy. Man, Hogwarts Legacy is like the Far Cry 5 now, where it just is on this list like every week or every month. We have Madden, EA Sports, Minecraft. My goodness, like, who doesn't own Minecraft? How is it still selling that good that it's in the top 20 just every month? Oh no, that's interesting. Horizon Forbidden West came back into the top 20 at number 14, previously at 107. Oh, because Horizon just came out on PC, wasn't it? That's why. Oh, that's cool. Tekken 8, Rainbow Six Siege, Elden Ring, that game also is just always in the top 20. Mario Kart 8, that game always in the top 20. Spider-Man Marvel's 2, Marvel's Spider-Man 2, and Mortal Kombat 1. All right. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Call of Duty is typically always the best-selling video game every year, and Helldivers 2 is beating it currently. Top 10 titles played on PlayStation: Fortnite, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto, NBA, Helldivers 2, Madden, Roblox, Spider-Man, Sifu. That's interesting. And Minecraft. For Xbox, we have Fortnite, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto. Wait, are these the same? Fortnite, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto. Top 3 is the same. And then we have Roblox, Minecraft, Madden, NBA, Siege, Dead Island 2. Thank you, Game Pass. And MLB The Show. What is this? Top 10 for Steam. Helldivers 2, Counter-Strike 2, Baldur's Gate 3, there we go. Balatro, Siege, Dragon's Dogma 2, Stardew Valley, Last Epoch, that's interesting. Rocket League and Elden Ring. Dragon's Dogma 2 debuted as the best-selling premium game of March and the third best-selling game of 2024. Wow. That's surprising. That game is doing as well as it is. Highlight of this month was Last War Survival, which grew 40% to overtake... Oh, this is mobile stuff. Okay. All right, well, that's interesting. What's going on PC gaming? Earth Defense Force 6. I thought that game was already out. Was that a console-only game? Take-Two closed Seattle studios. 70 people lose their job. Bummer. Boy, this is heartbreaking. Alan Wake 2 still hasn't earned back its budget. Maybe if they got it off of Epic, might sell some copies. What is the Starfield May update? Is there anything? Have they added maps? Oh my goodness, have they actually added maps? Improved surface maps. Finally. I've been waiting forever. I'm gonna put a freaking map in the game. Epic, more like a not epic. We've heard your feedback and we made some big improvements to surface maps. What do you mean improvements? Like you put a map in? There was no map. So you'll always know just where to go and no longer get lost on the way to your parents' place. And they weren't buying that excuse anyway. You just really should go and visit. What is this? What are these patch notes? New gameplay options for those of you who like a bit of extra challenge or want to make some aspects of the game easier. You can now customize your experience with brand new options in the settings menu. Want to make ground combat harder but ship combat easier? Ooh, that's actually really nice because ship combat sucks. So I would not mind having ground combat on hard and ship combat on easy. Added ship decoration mode. Ooh, you can now decorate your ships just like you can with Outpost. That's cool. Improvements? You mean added a feature? Never stop being delusional. Added tabs to container menus to make managing your inventory easier. Added the ability to exchange traits and appearance after entering the Unity. Added dialogue camera toggles in the settings. Oh. Wait. What does that look like? Does that fix the issues that you had, Draco? I wonder what those different camera toggles look like. Added display settings for Xbox Series X to prioritize visual or performance. Let's see. Wow, look at all of the other oh my goodness, that's a lot of fixes. Yeah, I'm so curious what that means. Starfield dialogue. Let's see. Starfield dialogue. Camera. Toggle. Hello, Steve. Shh. Hi, Steve. Don't see anything about this. When was this released? Oh, 45 minutes ago. Oh, well, there you go. Wonder if they have anything on their Twitter accounts. What are they called? Bethesda. Forgot their names. Oh, here we go. Here's a trailer. All right, let's see if it shows. Oh, it's 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Jess Finster, Community Director at Bethesda, and I'm here today at Bethesda Game Studios to talk to you all about the next update coming to Starfield. The team has been hard at work, so let's go chat with them to see what they've been working on. So with Update 4 on the horizon, what are some of the new features that players have to look forward to?
So we see a lot of feedback online that players really want a lot more utility and detail in our surface maps. So we took what's there, we blew it all up.
No, we just want maps.
A whole new aesthetic to the surface maps.
Okay, these look really nice, though.
Terrain, trees, rocks, all the structures in the loaded zone. It's a lot easier to navigate.
Wow, look how much better that looks.
Easier to get around the cities. You can see
oh, that looks beautiful. I mean, actually, it doesn't really look beautiful, but it looks very serviceable.
We're also adding a bunch of gameplay options. So for that, players can really tune their experience.
Yes, I can turn it up.
We're adjusting things like capacity of vendor credits, the actual carry weight. Additionally, affects to difficulty.
So many potatoes.
So some of those, depending on how you play, you can actually tune to be like space combat more difficult or gun combat less difficult. It's really up to you. And depending on how you balance them, it'll change how you get XP.
That's awesome. So you're really upping the ante for players that want an even bigger challenge.
Yeah, and with that, we actually are adding what's called the extreme difficulty. It sits above very hard, and it really, really makes you pay attention, especially for the higher level characters.
How about ship customization? I know players are really capitalizing on all of the ship content in the game, and we've seen some really crazy stuff out there that I'm sure you guys have seen as well. But are you adding anything more to the ship customization? Yeah, so people love to customize their ships. Like, some of the builds out there are just mind-blowing. Some beautiful, beautiful stuff. So now we're turning our attention to the inside of the ships. So we're adding a decorate mode where you can go and fully furnish and customize the interior layout of the ships.
Okay.
Place the furniture, decorations, basically everything you can do in outpost mode, we can now do in the ship, and it's saved, and you can do that to your entire fleet. In addition to decorate mode, we're also offering a whole new set of empty habs. So basically, instead of pre-cluttered habs in the ship builder, we'll have a new set where there's no furniture, there's no decoration, nothing.
I like
it's
that.
a total blank slate, so players can just kind of fill it up with their own stuff.
That's amazing. They'll really get to emulate whatever their personality showcase is outside on the inside. Then.
Yeah, exactly.
Good morning, Ozzy. How are you?
New Game Plus. Is there anything being added to this update that helps the players after they've completed the campaign to return to the game?
Yeah, so if you're like me and you find the more you go through the Unity, the more you become the hunter, the one thing I want to do is be able to respec my traits. So we're adding that. So in case you're getting tired of Wanted or want to change your alien DNA, and you really want that new
I still have yet to like start the main quest in
Starfield. You'll
Starfield.
be able to rechange your appearance.
Really living that next second life, huh?
Exactly.
Awesome. Is there anything else that you guys want to share about this update that players have to look forward to? I mean, you've already shared a lot as it is, but...
We're focusing now on our Xbox Series X players with this update. We're giving them some settings where they can help prioritize between performance
doing okay,
or
Ozzy.
visual. If they choose to prioritize performance, the target FPS will move to 60. And for players that have TVs that support VRR, they'll be able to choose between VRR 40 or VRR 60.
In addition to the new features we just talked about, there are a couple of quality of life updates that we're introducing. One of them is you can now toggle dialogue cameras off. So instead of getting that sort of focus zoom in on whatever NPC
There
you're
you go,
talking to,
Draco.
it just stays in normal default camera mode. It's a little more immersive that way. Some players may prefer that.
Love it.
In addition to that, we're making the container and barter menus a bit more usable. We've added some tabs along the top, so it's easier to sort of see what container or what inventory you're looking at, whether it's yourself
That is
or your ship.
nice.
And it's just
That is
easier to
always very
navigate.
confusing.
It's the inventory and item management. It's a small thing, but it actually, I think, makes it a lot nicer.
So Tim, we just talked to Joe and Isfan a little bit about Update 4 and what's coming, but is there anything else that you want to talk about that's down the horizon?
So the team is working on our first land vehicle, so you can drive around on planets. Obviously, we're working
Whoa.
on more quests and the massive Shattered Space expansion.
That's
should
all
make
very
people
exciting.
happy.
What about creations? Anything you can share there?
I think we mentioned it earlier this year, but we've sent out our beta toolkit to verified creators, so hopefully more information on that soon.
It's awesome. Thank you so much for your time, Tim.
Hey, no problem, Jess.
That's all we have time for today. Thank you so much for joining us and for your continued feedback. Just a reminder, the update is available on Steam Beta today and will be available on all platforms later this month. So we'll see you in the stars.
You know, it blows my mind how games like these still don't have change your spec appearance as a default launch feature. They always get added in a patch later. It's an RPG, let me change my stuff. I know, Draco, I'm with you. I don't understand that either. I mean, I don't know. There's just so many things I don't understand about game development. It seems like that would be such a obvious thing that you would want, right? Stealthy Steve, thank you for continuing that gift sub that you got. But hey, those updates look pretty good to me. I'm very, very happy with the way those maps look and the way the points of interest show up. That's gonna make it so much more better to play, in my opinion. That definitely was one of my big complaints. And especially just the maps were just awful. They were just completely useless. And these are very well done. Let's see what everyone says about it. Thank you. W. Great update. 60 FPS. Huge win. This honestly is incredible and has got me more excited to really jump back into Starfield. What are these, all a bunch of bots? No, seems like people are happy. Xbox late again. We saw people want more utility and details on our surface maps. Wrong, we want anything other than a blue screen with white dots. Yes, exactly. Yeah, like what they had in there was just totally useless. I would just like to not see the same ham sandwich on the same table in every abandoned robotic facility throughout the galaxy. Fair enough. Trying to distract us from the Fallout update. Boy, that Fallout update is just awful. Like, I was not expecting much, and somehow they still disappointed. Because, I mean, it seems like totally useless on PC. Like, yes, if you have a console, it is a big upgrade. Even though all it's doing is going from 30 to 60 FPS. But still, that is a big upgrade. But if you're on PC, there's just literally no difference. Like, have you guys seen the comparison? There is no comparison. Like, there's literally no difference. I guess it is running better. So there's that. Oh wait, no. It's running worse. I was looking at the wrong thing. Or maybe just like about the same. Oh no. Seems like it's pretty much identical. Original, next gen. Original, next gen. It's really too bad they couldn't add global illumination. Because Starfield has global illumination now. But I don't know, maybe that's not backwards compatible with this version of the engine. I mean, original, next gen. Original, next gen. It's just like identical. Like the shadows are the same. There's no difference. Hello, plan. It really should have been an update to the consoles only. Yeah. Yeah, it really should have been. I may be alone with that, but Fallout 4 is the most boring Fallout for me, gameplay-wise and story-wise. Gameplay-wise, that's interesting to me, because to me, like, I can definitely understand the argument for story, but to me, Fallout 4 is just so vastly better gameplay from Fallout 3 or New Vegas. Yeah. Yeah, like, just the fact that you can aim down sights in Fallout 4 makes it so much better. Fallout 4 gameplay has no RPG elements anymore. I don't really... I mean, what is different about Fallout 4 compared to Fallout 3 that is different? No repair. I'm pretty sure you could repair stuff in Fallout 4, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. You can't repair things in Fallout 4? I could have sworn that you could. Is that right? To me, Fallout 4 It felt like a test build to see what players like about the building mechanics to then make 76. Yeah, I don't. Is 76 much better in terms of building? Because like the stuff with Starfield, I feel like is maybe the best it's been, but I still don't really care that much for the like. It's still janky to me. Just like the way it moves with the mouse, and it just doesn't quite feel right. The whole RPG elements thing, in my opinion, that's on the player issue, not the game. If you really want to play the game as a specific kind of character, you can just use your own imagination and restraint and not just put points into stats you don't want. You're not forced to be a jack of all trades if you don't want to. Every playthrough I've done in Fallout 4, I've done a different style of character. So I could have sworn that Fallout 4 had damage to weapons and stuff, though. Does it really not? No need for repairs. To be clear, weapons do not need repair in Fallout 4. Wow, I must just be getting them, like I obviously am, but I just could have swore that they did. I never liked that, to be honest. I never liked having to like fix your weapons. That was always just an inconvenience to me. I've never really liked any game that has where your weapons degrade and you have to fix them. So maybe that's why I just didn't really think much about it. But for a Fallout game, it makes total sense. I guess, but I don't know. Is it fun to do that? Like, I don't know. That, like I said, I just have never enjoyed games that have that. Stalker has that, and I didn't really ever like that about Stalker. Yeah, see, I don't like that, Steve. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I just don't like that about those types of games. I just always find it annoying, like when you're playing and you know, like your gun starts to jam or something like that, and you have to clean your gun or maintain it. Fallout 4 is personally my favorite Fallout because the engine is far superior, and the stories in all three games were very mid. Yeah. Yeah. Like, if I'm being honest, I know everyone, like, praises New Vegas, and I do think New Vegas probably has the best story. But, like, the story with 3 and 4 it's pretty similar, really. I feel like people just have this nostalgia for 3, which is okay. Like, that, you know, that definitely counts. And I do think that the pacing is a little bit better in 3. I like how the intro is drawn out a little bit more in 3. I think if I had to rank them, I would go New Vegas first in terms of story. New Vegas, Fallout 3, Fallout 4. But it is pretty close to me. You played New Vegas once, and I have no desire to play it again. It was just okay. Yeah, I've only played it once as well. I do remember liking it a lot, but I also played it like when I was just really into Fallout, I think. So I think I had played 3. I'm trying to remember exactly when all that happened. I played 3 after 3 had come out. Like, I didn't play it right when it first came out. And I think maybe I went right into New Vegas after that. Well, I think maybe I'm wrong, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, and this is totally fine, but I think maybe you just don't like modern Fallout games. And again, that's totally fine. But like Fallout 1 and 2 are obviously completely different games, right? In terms of gameplay, mechanics, and everything like that. You don't like modern wannabe RPGs. Yeah. That's okay. But I think you have to realize that there's a lot of people that do like those games. There's always a rumor that there's going to be a Fallout 3 remaster. But Steve, is it going to be just like the Fallout 4 remaster? But yeah, I know what you're talking about. It is like more of a substantial rumor that maybe it could be like a little bit, maybe like a not like a full on remake, but maybe they actually do like, you know, increase the texture resolution of things. But I don't know, man. There's so many good mods. You know, I almost just feel like just leave it to the modders. They can do a better job than Bethesda at this point. I would rather them be able to remaster 1 and 2. I mean, that would be cool. To me, that would be very cool if they... not really a remaster. I would want like a remake. Like a Wasteland 3 style Fallout 1 and 2. I would play that in a heartbeat. Well, no, they're not Bethesda, but I mean, Bethesda owns Fallout, and Microsoft owns Bethesda, and Microsoft also owns Obsidian, so it could work. But Obsidian, you know, they also just seem like they're doing their own thing now, you know? All right, take care, Steve. You dislike Skyrim too. Yeah, I think you just dislike Bethesda games. Which again, that's fine. If you dislike Skyrim too, you probably just don't like Bethesda games in general these days, which is totally fair. Yeah. All right. I've chatted for long enough. I need to actually do some work. You like Morrowind a lot? Is that the only Bethesda game you like? It's also Bethesda, yeah. Do you like Oblivion? Morrowind remaster? I would want a remake. I mean, maybe that's what you mean, because I know people kind of use these terms interchangeably. But I don't want them to just, like, slap some high-res textures on Morrowind. I would want, like, a proper remake. Yeah. Bring it to 2024. Let's not go crazy, Draco. They'll probably bring it to, like, 2011-ish period, like around Skyrim. Bethesda is kind of just like stuck in their old ways, which you either love them or hate them, I think. Yeah, I think you do plan. And again, that's fine, and I understand that. Plan, have you ever played the Stalker games? I feel like you would really like Stalker. I don't know if I agree with saying an RPG should allow you to do all you want. I mean, there has to be, like, certain bounds, right? I mean, I guess maybe, like, within the genre that you're in. Have you played Stalker, Plan? You should really try out Stalker, because that fits all of your requirements. Like, it's a janky game, but you could do some cool things in there. You can kill NPCs. You can clean your weapons. Yeah, it's a really, really cool game. But it is very janky, and you have to go in understanding that. You think you'll wait for the remaster? I don't think they're remastering it. They recently came out with what they call a remaster, but I don't think it's for PC. It's what Bethesda should have done. They came out with a console version of Stalker, which is kind of like a remaster, but it's not for PC, because for PC it's already got everything you need. Yeah. The trilogy was remastered for consoles, but there's no reason to remaster it for PC. If they remastered it for PC, Plan, they would do exactly what you're saying you don't like and, like, modernize it. You're funny to me, Plan. You say you want an old janky game, and then you're like, oh no, I'll wait for them to remaster it. All right, guys. So we got a lot of stuff to do. Would you guys like to see the walkthrough of the demo for House of Lies? It's very much unfinished. One of the best things I can remember from old school RPGs is watching a YouTuber play Fallout 1, where he gave the character one int stat, and his character literally couldn't even speak to NPCs. That is funny. He was literally slobbering, a slobbering idiot, and that was amazing. Yeah, that is really fun. I am not going to get into that debate of what a remaster is versus a remake. I have my own definitions for that kind of stuff. But yeah, Plan. Go play Stalker. If you want a remaster, just mod it. There's amazing mods for it. So, House of Lies. We have a new demo that we're working on. And the idea for this demo... Hold on, there's someone at the door. Okay, I'm back. I didn't realize the music was as loud as it was. I hope it's not too loud. Turn it down a little bit. Anyway, the idea for this demo is that it's pretty similar to the first demo that I made, but I'm trying to make it much better and smoother. So we wake up in this bedroom here. We're gonna have a little short cutscene that plays, and we get an objective to escape this bedroom. I need to fix a lot of things. I've removed a lot of things. I've removed a lot of the early puzzles because I felt like it was just way too much. So we do still have this chess puzzle, but I've modified it quite a bit. These things I put here just for testing purposes. So our door is locked. Go ahead and put that down. We need to figure out a way to get into the bathroom, which there's a key back here for. That key unlocks the door, and then we find this thing, and then we also have a another chess piece. Is this a standalone demo or a demo that is part of the full game later? This will be pretty much how the full game plays. That unlocks our door, which my doors keep breaking. It's very annoying. The meshes are wrong here. Just ignore that. So, yeah, we haven't solved the chess puzzle yet, because that is done a little different. So now we have this gallery, which it's very work in progress. But this is going to be a puzzle where you have to find these pieces throughout the game. And the first goal, and this is going to be part of the demo. Actually, I don't know why I picked that up. Oh, I can't. What do you call it? I can't discard that. But anyway, you'll come in here. We've got a little nameplate thing here, and it'll give you a little clue of what's going on here. The goal throughout the main game is going to be to find these pieces to complete the statue, which will then get you an exit out of the mansion here. Yeah, so let's see. This door is locked because we have to finish the chess puzzle. By the way, all the lighting is awful right now. It's very, very, very much unfinished. In fact, all the lighting is going to get redone. But once we solve the chess puzzle, then we get our first key, which is a water key. That water key will open this door and lead us down into the basement where I don't have any lights. So I'm going to turn the lights off for right now. And then we'll be able to get in here. And I've got just like a little basement area here. Obviously, nothing is put in here yet. But this is going to be a very dark, kind of creepy area. And it's going to be a dog kennel. So you'll come down here. The kennels will be empty, and you'll find the arm here. And then once you pick this up, then dogs are going to come out of the vents there, and you're going to have to fight them off. So once you fight them off, then you can escape, or you can try and escape without fighting them. Save your bullets. Save your ammo. You'll be able to come back up here, turn the lights back on. And solve the first part of this puzzle, which will actually be the end of the demo. But there's a couple of other things that I want to get going, so you'll be able to go up to the second floor here. Again, the lighting is awful and practically non-existent. But I'm very excited about this new feature that we've been working on. You'll come in here and you'll find the map for the mansion, or at least it'll be the first floor map of the mansion. And we actually have a proper map, which is not quite set up in this version. But that's one of the things that I'm going to be working on today, which it's honestly going to be a little boring because I just have to do a bunch of stuff in Photoshop. But this is just showing the locations of the doors, and I have to get the actual backgrounds made. But it's shaping up. I think it's looking good. We just need to fix some things. There's a little bit of an issue, which I think I've already fixed, actually. It's just not fixed in this version. But these are automatically putting box over where the doors are. So that all works, which is cool. I just need to create these backgrounds. We also are going to have one part of the demo to where it'll be optional, but if you get the... we have to get the water key, but if you come up here, there will be a couple of other things that you can explore. So you can go down here. There's going to be a safe room in here where you'll be able to come and save. Hello, Mr. Zombie. And then we also have this where you'll have a shotgun. Stay back. Yeah. AI needs a lot of work. As you can tell. Yeah, you'll be able to get the shotgun. I have some other various weapons in here that are just for testing purposes. But yeah, that'll be pretty much all of the demo. So, won't show off everything by a long shot, because there's an entire third floor. There's this is only just like a little tiny section of the house. Oh no, I'm out of bullets. Did I grab the bullets here? Did I use up all of my bullets? I must have. Anyway, there's a lot to work on. I think right now what I need to work on, though, is oh, okay. Well, what we're going to do right now is fix one little thing. Let me go ahead and push this update. Fixed chess puzzle pieces. Now slide with forward. I don't know why I capitalized slide. Random question, and if it's okay if you can't answer it, but what parts of the game are you and the other people working on? Like, is one person for AI, one rigging, etc. Yeah, so Charles is mostly handling a bunch of random small like programming type things, and Charles is also doing the map, which is a huge help. And then Charles will be helping with the AI, which is the big thing. And then I'll be doing just a bunch of random small things, as well as all of the game design, level design, the lighting, the cutscenes, the stuff in sequencer. And then Danny, who is our animator, is of course handling the animations. And Steve is doing some of the 3D models. That's the main breakdown of everyone right now. Okay, I need to switch to the main branch. Yeah, it's really, really helpful. Charles has been awesome. He has been super helpful. I really want to check out, I need to download it, but I really want to check out Unreal Engine 5.4. Also, I forgot, I'm going to, let's see. Let me see, if I do this. Okay. I gotta remember what I was gonna do. There's a really quick little bug that I need to fix with the doors. This right there. Okay, that's working now. One of the biggest challenges in working with a team is all of this stuff. GitHub, version control. So yeah, it's kind of a pain. But it's also really awesome because it allows everyone on our team to have access to the project, and we can create our own branches. So like I can switch to a branch, work on stuff completely independently from someone else working on their own branch, and then we can merge stuff into the main branch, which is pretty cool. But it also comes with a lot of issues and complications and troublesome things. But for now, I need to do some Photoshop work. Well, one of the biggest problems with version control, from what I've learned with Unreal Engine, is, oh boy, am I gonna get this right? I feel like I always mess this up. Unreal Engine uses binary files, I think, which makes it harder to do version control, or is it that it's not binary? I always forget which is which, but it's like one way is easier, one way is not. And essentially, if I understand it right, Unreal Engine, the way it writes files is you can't just like go in and change like one little piece of the code. You have to essentially like overwrite the file, and that causes issues with version control. I think, if I'm understanding it right. I could be totally off on that too, though. So here's what we have for our map right now. So this is the first floor. And what I'm doing is I have to split all of these up into different sections. It's very cumbersome. It's very annoying. But this is just one of those things that you, like, you know, you see a map in Resident Evil, and you're like, that's probably not that hard to make, right? And it's like, it's not really that hard to make, but you just don't really think about like all the little stuff that has to go into this, you know? Because for this to work, you have to have all of these sections split into different corridors, and then those sections have to have outlines, and they also have to have separate text files on there for the names. It's so much stuff. Converting files into different formats is always tricky. So let's see. I really need to put all of this into a new group, and let's call this floor 1. Okay. Actually, all of this needs to go in there as well. Okay. Oops. Now I need that is the second floor, and that's the basement. Let's do the basement first. Okay, first thing is this needs to be rotated. Actually, let's go ahead and open the other one too. Okay, let me think how we do this. So let's call this basement base. Let's create a copy of this. And we're going to call this basement transparent. There's some small issues that I need to fix, clean up a little bit. First thing first, though, I just need to erase the background. What? Background, foreground. Huh. This is all not actually white. Is this white? Okay. That's what I needed to know. That's a little bit of a pain, but I'm just gonna have to deal with it. this is... Oh, wait. I see. Okay. Actually, that's good to know. By the way, I'm not very good at Photoshop, honestly. Even though I've been a photographer for 15 years, I really don't use Photoshop that much. I always use Lightroom. So if anybody knows better ways to do things, by all means, tell me. Because I just do things however I can figure it out, which is oftentimes incorrect. Okay, wasn't too bad. Now we want to make all of this white. I missed a single row of pixels. I wish I could zoom in, like roll my mouse wheel and zoom in once I select, or once I'm holding the mouse, but it doesn't let you do that. Now, why is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This feels bigger than all of the other ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Maps! Suvi, we're making maps. We're cartographing. We're working on our cartography skill. Okay, so let's see. Cat roaring. Yeah. Ba-dum-bum-bum. already better at Starfield launch. Or already better at launch than Starfield. That's our goal, you know? To be better than Starfield at launch. So, let me think here. We need some steps. Can I copy and paste these? Oh, I can. Okay, that's good. Shoot. Is there an easy way to move these? There must be, right? Nope. Nope. Maybe I should actually rasterize? Is that what I want to do? Yeah. Why does it put it all the way over there? Maybe this is the best way to do this. Still use Paint Shop Pro 5. Wow, from 20 years ago. I don't use Photoshop, but it sounds like a decent tool. Well, I mean, Photoshop is just kind of industry standard, I guess, right? It's not like I really love it, but it's what we have. Oh, I feel like that one's off. I feel like maybe... Maybe we do that. I think that'll do. Use Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, I mean, I don't think most people need Photoshop. Can I... Let's see. Oh, that's just location, huh? Why is copying and pasting not working anymore? Do I Control C, Control V. You got lifetime access to Clip Studio on a Black Friday sale, so you're stuck now. And see, the problem is, like, they could get you could get lifetime access to Photoshop as well, but they update it so often that, you know, you're out of date like in a year with Photoshop. So that's how they get you. There we go. Don't know why that wasn't working. Nine pixels each. Gotta admit, that is a pretty nice feature that they've added to where it shows you these automatic things there. Really helps you get everything perfectly spaced apart, especially when you're dealing with pixel art like this. Although that doesn't work perfectly, but you might just have to let that go. Or should we just remove that? Maybe we just leave that one off. I think that makes sense, right? Okay, now let's merge all of these rectangles. Okay. Grids are pretty common. I don't know. Photoshop's all I've really ever used. Steve let you in on a program for pixel art. It's so good. Ooh, is it Krita? No, Krita is what you've been using for years. I know a lot of people liked Krita, or like Krita. I did not like it when I tried using it. Okay, I also need some steps right here, I think. Like there are steps there, but I don't know if I really need to display that. I think it'll be alright for right now. Aspirite. Huh. I don't think I've heard of that. Alright, so let me think here. Oh, shoot. Darn, there's supposed to be a wall there. That kind of stinks. Are you cozy in bed? It's a good place to be cozy. I need to look at my map branch. It is, isn't it, Suvi? It's really unreal. Let me think here. So basements. Dang, how did I forget to do that? We're gonna eyeball it. Let's see. That really. Let's just go ahead and merge those. Rasterize. Okay. All right. So I think what we will do is so this is going to be called basement transparent. And I want to make a copy of this. Oh, that's annoying. Okay. And I think I'm ready to start splitting this up. So what we want to do is start there. Oh shoot, I didn't really do that. No. I don't know how to undo that. Oh goodness. Okay, let's cut that. That's annoying. See, this is what's frustrating, because this has to be pixel perfect. And it's not. See, why does that happen? I don't understand. What am I gonna call this? Basement corridor? Wait, I don't know how to spell corridor. Corridor? P1. This is background. Why is that not perfect? Okay, that's good. This has to be fixed. This is going to be annoying. That's good. Okay, I think that's good now. But now this is not, so... One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it didn't add anything to it. That's what's confusing. Also, is this line too long? 1, 2, 3, 4. It is. And I also think this one is 1, 2, 3, 4. This one is 2. Darn. 1, 2, 3, 4. What the heck? I'm so confused now. I thought they were 7 pixels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't think anybody's going to notice that. Do you guys think anybody's going to notice that? If it's literally 1 pixel extra on some of those. Okay, so that's good. I need to make a folder. Let's call this... what is this? B1 corridor. You will go in there. Okay, I need to copy and paste. Now we need the outline. And this will be B1 corridor 01 outline. I don't think I'm going to put basement there because B1 represents basement. Okay, so for this, we just need to delete all of that. And then I'll do the text after. So, okay, that's B1 corridor. Now we need wait, basement transparent. Now we'll do, I guess, just this hallway. Or we could just do, maybe this will just be one section. Okay. For this, I need to delete. Why is that not working? Oh, that's why. Okay. Now, I wonder, could I just do... Does that select everything perfectly? Ooh, I think it does. But here's the question. If I cut that, is it going to select it perfectly? Because I feel like it doesn't sometimes. Let's try. Control X. Actually, that looks pretty good. Does it still line up? Ooh, I think it does. Well, looky there. GG Photoshop. You actually did it. Okay, that makes things way easier. So this is going to be called B1. Oh, it's so hard to come up with names. Basement. I guess I could just call this Kennels. Kennels. Background. Background. And this will be B1 Kennels outline. How do you spell kennels? Okay, it is key. E-L. Okay, thank you. I didn't know if it was A-L. Kennels. I don't really know if I like this font. You're one step closer to giving the game a chance, but we'll see. Maybe give it a few more updates. Maybe when they get that that land vehicle. Yeah, we need a Mako. Okay. This doesn't need... I mean, I guess we could call it like stairway, but I don't really think this needs text. So now... I think we should put all of this in a group, and we'll call this basement. Okay. That wasn't too bad. That was also the easy one. Now we have to do this one, which is going to be little bit more work. Okay, well, step 1. Control A, C, Control V. So this is going to be Lore 2. And let's go ahead and make a copy of that. So this is just going to be for the demo that I need to get. So I need to get go ahead and do these areas just in case. See, for me, it's interesting. I care nothing about companions in Bethesda games. That was always kind of a weird, like, oddity to me, was having companions. I just never really liked it. I will say, though, I feel like the companions are the best that they've been in a Bethesda game in terms of, like, what they do and how they react. Like, their AI is pretty good. But, I don't know. I still just like going in alone. Outer Worlds had terrible companions. I never played enough Outer Worlds to really know. Yeah, Outer Worlds. That game just did not do it for me. I fear that Obsidian... I can't say they had like a one-hit wonder with New Vegas, because I mean they obviously made a lot of... They have made a lot of other great RPGs that people love. I mean, Fallout 1 and 2. But I don't know. The only Obsidian games that I guess I've really played is New Vegas and Outer Worlds, of course, and I didn't like Outer Worlds. I didn't dislike Outer Worlds. It just didn't do it for me. Yeah. That's why I have a hard time with people complaining about Starfield, and like I don't understand how you can complain about Starfield so much and not complain about Outer Worlds. Because like one of the biggest complaints with Starfield is obviously like everyone seems to be annoyed that there's so many planets, and so many of the planets don't have a lot of stuff on it. But it's like, okay, well, would you rather them have done it like Outer Worlds, where, you know, it was only a handful of planets? I don't really see how that would have been any better. Yeah, how many planets did they have? They only had like 4 or something, wasn't it? I don't know, man. I just don't think Bethesda, like, the only way Bethesda could win, and granted, maybe this is what they should have done, but I feel like unless Bethesda just came out and truly made like some thing that nobody could really even imagine, you know, like planet to space travel, full-on planet to space travel, full-on travel between the stars and the planets. Every planet with like super populated, highly detailed cities and settlements and that kind of stuff. Unless they did that, it just feels like people were going to kind of hate on them no matter what. And I just don't think that anybody, I mean, like, this is what, what's the name of it? The game that will never come out, the space game. Star Citizen. This is what Star Citizen is trying to do, you know? Make this insanely ambitious game. Now, why in the world? Oh, that's because that's the outer one, right? So, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sure, we'll go with 8 pixels. Okay, this is messy. Yeah, like, you know, go play Star Citizen if that's what you want. They are trying to do that, and I don't think it's working out so great for them, in my opinion. And I would rather have Starfield and, you know, a finished game over whatever Star Citizen is going to be for the next however many years. Like, yeah, sure, if it finally comes out at some point and it delivers even like half of what they want it to, then maybe it'll be good, but that's a big if, in my opinion. Well, see, I agree with you about Mass Effect, especially Mass Effect 1, Draco. Especially for the time Mass Effect 1 came out. I just thought it was so cool that you could land on all of these different planets. And yeah, like, of course, a lot of them are basically the same, you know? And there's not a whole lot to do. But I still think that's so cool, and I still love that. And to me, Starfield did exactly that, but it just made it a little bit better. Like, it's not revolutionary in terms of how much better it is, but you get to you get to land on all of these planets, and you know, you get to do a little exploring, do you know, a random quest here and there, and like, that's perfectly fine for me. That's plenty. I just feel like people were expecting too much. Welcome back, Steve. Steve is joining us in voice chat. We'll be able to chat with him here in a second. Okay, let's see. This is obviously going to be a lot more. So I think... let me go ahead and create floor 2. Having not played Starfield, you can't personally judge the empty planet aspect myself. Well, I mean, you know, I know I'm a defender of Starfield, so maybe you have to. I don't know. I was gonna say like maybe you have to take that with a grain of salt, but I really feel like I'm being non-biased here in saying that I think that the planets on Starfield are, in terms of like the empty planets, I think that they are easily as interesting, if not more interesting and unique than the planets that you would, you know, just like the random planets that you would explore in Mass Effect 1. And I would say that like they're quite a bit more interesting to me because every planet has different gravity, which is cool. And I mean, obviously, like, you know, the graphics are better. And I think look better. I guess maybe you could say like, oh, I really like the Mako in Mass Effect 1, and that's true. I do really like the Mako, and so you don't have the Mako here. But I also just don't really feel like I needed much more ways to explore the planets. Like the jetpack or whatever was fine. But, you know, I guess it'll be interesting to see what they add in terms of land vehicles. That could be fun. But that's a good point too about the linearity of Outer Worlds. I didn't like that. It did feel quite linear, especially that first planet. Like I did pretty much everything on the first planet, and then it just kind of felt like, you know, like, okay, I'm done here, I guess. And it also just felt so small. Again, I didn't go to any of the other planets, but like it was just basically that one town. Okay, let's see. So I need to put steps. Oh, I guess first thing I need to... I wonder if I can do this. How well does that work? That actually looks like it might work perfect. Yep, I need to fill all that in with white. Okay.
Hello?
Oh, hello, Steve. You are really, really, really quiet.
Am I? Is this still quiet? Or... Oh.
Yeah, I've got you turned up to 200%.
What the heck? 200. What about that? That? No?
Yeah, that's better.
200%, both on 200% now. Should work.
Yeah, that works.
Nice. How's it going?
It's going all right. How are you?
All right. Luckily, my boss drove me all the way back, so...
Nice.
So what was, if you were to summarize Starfield's update, would you say it's worth the wait?
Well, maps are the big thing, like proper maps. That's pretty much it.
Wow.
I mean, there's maps, there's a new dialogue camera that you can, if you don't like the zoom in, you can have it just like stay back. The camera stay back when you go into dialogue. There's new difficulty options, which is really nice. You can customize the difficulty, so you can have like hard, regular combat difficulty and like easy space combat difficulty. And then, I guess one of the bigger ones, I don't really care too much about this, but probably a lot of people will like this, is you can now customize your interiors of your ships like you can with the outposts. So you can build your ship and you can just have it completely empty, and then you can just like fill in the stuff wherever you want it. And you can respec your character now.
I never tried this out because I have been playing Starfield and I've probably gotten halfway through. But what is the size limit for ships in Starfield? How big can you make a ship? Like
you can make them really big. Like I've made one that is so massive that I get lost in it. I mean, there is a limit, but to me, like it's very impressive how big you can make it.
Just make a world-sized ship.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the thing I love about. I know Starfield gets the rightly so smashed to pieces for taking as long as it has with its development, but what I like a lot about the ships in Starfield is that they're actually functional, all the little details.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you can have a battle cruiser, you know, role play Star Trek and stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of Star Trek, I started doing a rewatch of Next Generation. I'm enjoying it so much. It's been a long time since I've watched it.
Have you finished Fallout?
I did, yes.
What did you think? The ending. Let's talk about the ending. Actually, no, some people might have not.
Yeah, I won't say spoilers. I liked it overall. Again, I'm not like a massive Fallout fan, so, you know, even though I thought it was really good, like, you know, I'm not just gonna like gush over it like I think you are, because I know you're a really big Fallout fan. Yeah, no spoilers.
No.
But yeah, I thought it was good. I thought that there's like some interesting story stuff that happens, and I thought maybe the last episode, like going into the last episode, I was like, dang, they really still have a lot of unanswered questions. And so they kind of answered a lot of questions in the last episode, but it maybe felt like it was a little rushed. but at the same time, like they only had 8 episodes. I almost wish that this was like 10 episodes, and they could have given us a little bit more, spaced it out a little bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, overall, I think it was very, very well done. I think they did a really good job on it.
I did hear, again, with Fallout rumors, that Microsoft has been in talks with Bethesda trying to get the next Fallout released quicker by giving it to Obsidian. Is it Obsidian?
Well, so that's like heavily rumored, right?
Yeah.
Like I read, to me, the articles that I read was that they just want to get Fallout out quicker.
Yeah.
I kind of have a hard time believing that they are willing to just give up Fallout 5. I could see maybe they...
I mean, they might not call it Fallout 5. They might call it, you know, like another New Vegas kind of thing.
I don't know. I think they want to do Fallout 5, but I could see... and I really think this is what they need to do. I think they need to, like, split their development team in two and have them work on these games simultaneously. And so I think that they should maybe, like, focus on Elder Scrolls 6, which I'm sure they are. But at the same time, they're also, like, still heavily working on Starfield. And, you know, like, the DLC, the first major DLC is not coming out until fall of this year. So, like, if they're gonna get an Elder Scrolls game and a Fallout game out by 2030, they really need to start getting on this and really start managing it better. But, you know, if they did split up the teams, and maybe they pull some people from Obsidian or something like that, and they have them help on Fallout, then I could see them getting Elder Scrolls 6 by, like, I don't know, 2027 maybe, and then maybe they could get Fallout by 2030 or in 2030. I mean, to me, there's no reason that they couldn't do it. You know, I've complained about this. I complain about this all the time, about how long it takes development of AAA games nowadays. Like, I hate that it takes 5+ years for every AAA game to come out. And I don't really think that it needs to be that long. And it certainly wasn't that long. They used to put these games out much quicker. Like, 15 years ago, to say that that Bethesda wants to get the next Fallout game out in the next 7 years, like, everyone would be like, well, yeah, of course they are. But now it's like, yeah, I don't know. It took them how many years to make Starfield? 10 or whatever?
Yeah. How long did it take Obsidian to make New Vegas? It was quite short, wasn't it?
Like a year and a half.
Yeah.
It was crazy short. I think I read about this. Todd Howard said the next Elder Scrolls will be his last, and I responded to that with, yeah, it'll probably be all our last. We'll be dead by the one. Yeah. Did he say that in that, like, it'll be the last Elder Scrolls game that he makes, not the last game that he makes? I assume or Fallout 5 or whatever will be the last.
I also, the last for him?
Yeah.
I don't think that, I don't think they'll ever stop the franchise completely. so much you can do with Fallout.
Yeah.
Although I did see an article that Todd Howard said they will never leave America.
I know, I saw that too. Okay, so Obsidian had previously turned down an offer from Bethesda in 2007 to develop a Star Trek game, but agreed to develop the new Fallout game. So... When did New Vegas come out? It came out October 2010. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I was right. It's 18 months. The game had a somewhat short development cycle of 18 months.
Oh.
Which, that is just nuts to think about nowadays. But also, it shouldn't be that crazy. Like, they should be able to make a game in 18 months. Or, well, I don't know. Maybe 18 months is kind of pushing it. But, like, to me, 3 years.
Think about the amount of, like, crunch as well on the employees to get these games out.
I think you, yeah. I think you could still do it without crunch. I don't think a AAA game should take more than 3 years to come out. That's my stance.
I suppose it just depends on like the what's the word? The aim for the game. If it's really, really over the top, and then
ambitious.
They cut things. Ambitious. That's the word. Because they cut things from Fallout 4, didn't they?
Yeah, I mean most games get cut. Things get cut from them. Yeah. Okay, so I guess what I would say is if you're doing a brand new IP, I can see maybe having like 1 to 2 years of pre-production, but then like actual development time, I still just don't really understand how it can be more than 3 years. I mean, well, that's not true. I understand how it can be more than 3 years. I just don't think it should take more than 3 years.
Yeah. I'd like to know what the standard pre-production stage is, to be honest. The length of time.
Yeah.
Because normally it's a year, from what I know.
I feel like it's kind of all over the place. Because, I mean, like, Cyberpunk was in pre-production for years. I mean, I guess it also depends on how you define pre-production.
Yeah.
Like, they announced Cyberpunk in, what was it, like 2012 or something? And supposedly had, like prototype. Like, is prototyping part of pre-production?
Yes. Yep.
So, I mean, they were prototyping stuff for probably since 2012, if not before 2012.
I mean, writing is pretty much part of pre-production. Imagine the amount of writing that must have gone into Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
you notice that ever since the Fallout update, you know, on the main menu screen, there's that little image in the top right. Bethesda apparently moved free for all players. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, because of something with like PS Plus or something. I think I read
It used
about
to
that.
do with workshop items within Fallout 4.
I just don't care anything about that because I never use the workshop. Do you?
Yeah, I think. No, I don't know. Just the fact that they did it silently
Yeah.
and removed free for all players. I did hop into 76 recently, and yeah, it's a lot better, but still 76 at its core, it's still not my type of game. My opinion. Not. There's flaws.
It's not what?
There's flaws with it. With
Oh.
Fallout 76 at its core.
That it's a multiplayer game? Is that the flaw?
The main flaw.
But they
Well,
have...
when it first came out, it was the fact that there weren't any NPCs.
Yeah, but they have NPCs now and like a full-on
Now, yeah.
storyline, right? That you can do?
Yeah. You got the Atlantic City and the pit areas to explore.
You have no desire to play an online Fallout game? Yeah, I don't know. I kind of want to try it. But I guess that just depends. Like, I've heard really good things about the story. I've heard people say that it's actually really good. And I guess if I could play it and just like not have to deal with other players and that kind of stuff, then I think maybe I could enjoy it. But I don't know. I always say that about the Elder Scrolls Online, and every time I try that, I just don't enjoy the experience either.
Yeah, I think you have to pay for repair kits for your guns.
Really?
Yeah.
Like,
There's a lot more microtransactions that they put into Fallout 76 recently. Yeah, pop-up ads. Buy the lunch boxes, the Nuka-Cola lunch boxes for $6.99. Atom points, I think they're called.
okay, let's see. L2.
I think for Fallout 5, personally, I think it would be cool if the main character was an overseer of a vault.
How would you get them out of the vault then?
The Enclave attempts to break in, and you get captured, and you have to fight your way out of the vault. And you are actually a Vault Tech employee. That would be quite cool.
I honestly think it would be really fun if they had just like an entire game that just took place in a vault. And
just in a vault.
yeah, if it was just like a super highly detailed vault, and like you had, you know, kind of like a simulation type game to where you could like upgrade the vault and you had to do management in the vault.
Similar to the DLC for Fallout 4, the Vault one.
I actually never played that.
Oh, yeah, you can literally manage your own vault.
Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, that sounds pretty cool. You'd like a Fallout game with a different story arc starting points. Let's say you start as a Brotherhood of Steel member, an Enclave member, Vault Dweller, etc. But that's too optimistic for Bethesda. Okay, I gotta figure out what to call this. This is gonna be L2 Office 01, I guess.
Boy,
Hello.
Hello, Seb.
how are you doing, gentlemen?
Good, good. Just a heads up, Seb. I am streaming right now, so you're live right now. So just want to let you know, just in case you say anything or don't want to say anything.
It's okay, I'm a polite gentleman.
How have you been?
Quite alright, quite alright.
Cool, cool.
What's new on your side?
Not much, just working on the map. Doing a bunch
How
of
is that
Photoshop
under-
stuff. Well, the map is looking really good in game. Charles did a really good job on the in-game stuff, and almost has it. Yeah, almost has it finished. I just have to make all of the different rooms and everything.
I'm a little behind on my part, but I'm going to start catching up in the following days. Yeah.
Cool. Take care, Draco. Have a good one. Okay, let's see. Let's do the Great Hall now.
So I should pull from the main branch, shouldn't I? Fetch from the main branch.
Depends on what you
Bring
want to
up
do.
these.
I mean, if you're going to open the main branch, then yeah. You just don't want to do any... You don't want to add anything to the main branch.
No. Oh, right, no. I have fetched stuff. I didn't realize. An hour ago, fixed door BP from you.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't notice anything. I was like, why's nothing being fetched?
Yeah, well, it should automatically fetch stuff. But you have to just make sure you pull as well.
Yeah.
I was playing with Blender a lot for a couple of days.
Yeah.
It's really becoming such a pleasant tool to work with.
I love Blender. Steve hates it.
I don't hate it.
You hate it.
No, I just hate the UI.
I have a theory that the UI of Blender, how you divide your desktops and stuff like that, actually derives from tiling managers, like like the window manager in your operating system.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you use Windows, you have a stacking manager, so you can move windows about and stuff like that. And then you have the tiling ones that actually divides the desktop in sections, like you have the full desktop, and if you open an application, it's going to be full screen. And then if you open another application, the space is going to be divided between these two. It's a very convenient way of working, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And Blender, I think they got it right in that sense, because you can really configure your ideal working space.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it just takes a little time to kind of set up.
In the latest improvements, actually, that I saw in Blender, it's like they're really listening to artists and really getting the gist of what an artist wants and needs.
Yeah.
And it feels that way to me, and I really like it. And if you think that it's for free,
I know, that's what's crazy.
that's the power of open source.
Yeah.
That's the power.
Now I just wish that there was a good open source Substance Painter.
Nothing's open source forever. I
Mm,
don't think. It will eventually get bought out.
I don't think it will, honestly.
No.
No, I mean,
Till
I
the
think
people that are in charge change their minds and be like, "Oh, actually, we got an opportunity here."
it's open source though. Like, even if they sold out, like the code would still be there. People could still do stuff with it.
True.
Yeah, I don't think that. I don't see it really.
You don't think the Blender Foundation will turn into some sort of like subscription-based thing to fund?
No.
It is a subscription based, but it's like an optional thing. If you want to support the development team,
Yeah.
and if you want to, if you cannot actively support, at least passively support by donating resources, because after all, there are people hard working behind that stuff, right? So
yeah.
Well, I think they also make money through the add-ons too, right?
That's also what I don't like, though. Like, why can't they just implement what the add-ons are into the actual product itself, rather than requiring people to?
Well, you don't have to use add-ons.
I think that's the beauty of it, because if you think about it, like the Blender base distribution, it's quite small and very usable for the majority of the stuff that you might want to do. But if you want to expand it, you are free to develop your own stuff or whatever, right? For your own some needs. And that's the power of open source functioning. And it's truly a magnificent feast, honestly speaking. I'm really passionate about it. I think open source is the model for many, many things. for the future.
Yeah,
So,
open source is awesome.
They fixed the UV mapping in Blender, I'll be happy. And if they added radial menus, then I'd use it, but use it fully. But
Why do you hate Blender, Steve?
it's just
Yes,
a
Steve. Why do
mess.
you
It's an
hate
absolute
Blender?
mess. It's like a toolbox with too many tools, and you don't really know where to find things all the time. And you have to press, for example, if you scale an object, you have to apply scale to it to then make a bevel. Like that. Why? Why is that even a thing?
I think you are just used to using Maya.
I'm just used to the easier way of things, I think.
I don't know. I think it's pretty easy to use now that I've learned it. But I imagine if I went to Maya, I would be like, why do I have to use the radial menu?
True. But at the end of the day, you have to use the tool that's best for you, I suppose, and then everyone's.
The only thing that I find that no software really captured properly was the UI icons. Right? I mean, icons are cool, and it gives you, like in Blender, the light here, the green light icon. It's quite nice because, you know, it gives you an idea that you're dealing with lights, right? But the vast majority of the icons, I don't know what they mean.
I mean, also the one thing I don't get with Blender is why you have an object menu and then an edit menu and then a render, not menu, I mean window. Like, why can't you just have that all in one window and not separate windows? Like when you're trying to edit a model, you have to go from, let's say you've edited a model and then you have to scale it or move it around. You have to go into object window. Like, why can't you just have one window that does everything?
Because I guess it's a complex, you're dealing with complex data sets that can have a potential to become very complex. And I think actually that dealing with this pragmatically, like a model is a model, but a model is then composed by sub things that could be vertices, faces, edges, you know, all that stuff. So I think it's quite convenient to have those two things separated in two different worlds because they tackle two different problems. Like a model, you can, you know, move it around, whatever, scale it, rotate it, you know, that those are the major stuff that you would be doing with a model. But then if you want to change the shape of the model, that's a whole different set of things. And I guess it becomes problematic when you try to put too much complexity over it, and it just becomes a big mess. So I guess they got it right. And my opinion is that, yeah, they got it right to separate it. I'm sorry, Steve. I'm going against your opinion.
That's okay.
Sorry, Steve, but you're wrong. That's what he said.
No, it's the same thing with, you know, the console and PC master race sort of thing. People just turn it into more of a...
But then again, why do you hate Blender, Steve?
Yeah. I used it at uni, but at that point in time, it was, you know, not great.
I mean, I'm not going to pretend that Maya is probably the better
obviously
software.
For free, you know, you're not going to get...
Yeah, that's,
you know...
That's the thing, is that the fact that Blender is completely free, as opposed to paying however many hundreds of dollars that you have to pay for Maya. Yeah, that is just a huge plus for Blender.
Yeah.
And
if the fact just simplified things, you know, use it.
The fact that you can do everything in Blender, And like it can be used in a full production workflow completely for free. That's just huge. Even if it is a steep learning curve.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. If I work in Maya, there is stuff that you do, and usually, it's all about iteration. So you, for example, you're animating something and whatnot, right? So you're going to iterate over that. So the movements that you're going to be doing are always the same, always the same, always the same. That's fine. But what I notice is that within the Blender scope, actually the UI to me almost starts to feel transparent. Like, you're iterating on something and you rearrange initially your windows and they get saved into your save file and all that stuff. So you can really arrange your workspace and really focus on the work. So, I mean, at least in my case, I feel that Blender allows me to focus more on the work that I'm doing rather than on, any other software-related nonsense.
Yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of menus. Like, I think it's a very old concept. Like, tools, edges, windows, and all of that stuff. I don't like it that much. It needs to be more accessible. Radial menus. I think Steve is right. In a certain point.
It's like I was saying to Hal quite a while ago that when I'm used to clicking, let's say, 2 options in Maya, and then you go into Blender and it takes 4 or 5 clicks to get one thing done. If they just simplified things to be a bit more like Maya, then
I think that's where the shortcuts come into play. And I think that's also where it is a big learning curve. But once you start to memorize the shortcuts, then like I feel like I'm just flying through things, and I have to use menus a lot of times because I can just use shortcuts.
It's quite hard, as you know, if you're using multiple softwares. Let's say you have to remember stuff in ZBrush, and then you have to remember stuff in Blender, and then Unreal, and then it's like...
I mean, that was what kept me away for so long, is because I was like, I hate this going from Blender to Unreal. It's different every time. But I think I was just being stubborn. I mean, I know I was being stubborn. Like, I still wish that every product or every software was just the same, and that, like, to move the camera, it was just the same in every software. But I mean, it's different in Maya too, right? Like, you move the camera differently in Maya than you do in Unreal.
But Maya uses more of a native controls. Like, for example, with SolidWorks, you move around the same way as you would in Maya. Mainly because Autodesk is a CAD-based company. They make all their controls the same throughout any software that they produce. And that's,
but I mean, that's because
like traveled across to other 3D softwares that aren't even Autodesk.
Well,
and that's why the Blender's the outlier and that sort of thing.
It didn't transfer to Unreal.
Well, there was one software years ago that solved it. It was called Discrete Flame. I was a compositor before for visual effects, commercials, and all of that stuff. And this stuff used to run on this $1 million Unix machines, Silicon Graphics.
Unix.
And it had its own UI and its own concept of UI and everything. But there was something that I started noticing after years of use, not years. I mean, you can get used to it quite quickly, but a completely different UI of any other software, basically, right? So what I noticed is that because you were using a Wacom to operate it, you develop some sort of a muscle memory in your arm, so that after some time that you use it, you actually don't look at the menus anymore. Like I was able to reach any menu just by muscle memory, because it's a repetition. That's 8 hours per day minimum of doing that stuff for
Yeah.
years. So it becomes such a intuitive and fast way of working.
I'm just glad there isn't like new softwares being constantly developed all the time, because then I wouldn't be able to remember like controls for other softwares. Like Substance Painter is easy as anything. Don't need to really remember much. ZBrush, on the other hand, not so easy.
I think.
And you got Blender and Maya.
What do you find difficult in ZBrush? Because, for example, I find it quite intuitive.
The long, like, menus on the side.
Oh.
Can't find things a lot of the time, and there's a lot of searching.
Yeah, I get it. But I was reading about ZBrush a long time ago. When it was developed, it was developed for let's say non-computer people, people who were not used to computers. They were usually workshop craftsmen sort of folks.
Yeah.
So I think the reason why the UI is as it is, it's because of that. Because they try to introduce a known computer approach to it. At least this is what the guy was saying in the interview.
I mean, it's well known that ZBrush has a terrible UI.
I kind of like it. I really like it, actually.
But that's everyone's got their own opinion, right?
Yeah. I don't like Windows UI. I never liked it.
It's like I hate 3ds Max.
I don't even know how that looks like.
It's nothing like Maya.
I used to use a 3D Studio Max 4 point something, I guess, but it was on probably in the 90s.
Last time I used Max was for Fallout London, when I started out doing bits for them. It was a free trial. Use the free trial.
I started on Softimage 3D.
Softimage.
Softimage, yeah. 3D.
Yeah. I started out at college using Rhino 3D.
Oh.
Which is a CAD.
Yeah. It had NURBS, no? And all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Which I think Maya later on took it from there.
Yeah, node based, yeah. Python, I think it's Python. I don't know what scripts Blender uses, actually.
What uses Python?
Does it use Python? Yeah, I think Python's just the normal. Don't even get me started with programming. Like, there's too many languages. C++, F#, C#. I mean, F# for web-based stuff.
Now you have Rust coming in.
Sorry?
Now you have Rust.
Rust as well, yeah. Have you ever used
what is Rust?
F#?
No, as far as I know, F# is a note, like musical note.
Yeah.
You mean C#?
Yeah, but F sharp is a scripting language as well.
Oh, I didn't even know it existed.
Oh.
C# is a musical note too.
Touche. Touche.
Hello, hacking. Welcome. Oh, we're on with Steve and Seb. Seb is our technical artist.
The technical artist that doesn't know that exists a scripting language, F sharp.
The one thing that I am going into my out of my comfort zone is doing pixel art.
Oh, I love that. I love that.
I just find it so hard. It's just you have to have a mathematical kind of idea of how the shape's gonna be presented.
I've never even attempted. Like, well,
From my
why?
point of view, it's like an abstraction. It's like, an abstract painting of something. Because you need to use abstract sort of things that make the user interpret that image as something else. So it's so bloody difficult to make it good.
Well, how if you are interested in trying pixel art in
Nope.
the Google Drive, oh, you aren't. Okay, that's fine then. But in the Google Drive, I put a sprite software that I paid for.
Oh, that's what Suvi was talking about. A sprite,
Yeah.
a sprite.
Yep.
Yeah, this is my gaming hot take. I don't like pixel art.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I find it kind of ugly, but the reason I want to do it is just to go out of my comfort zone, really. Try and animate a character and have it on like the avatar streams thing for Twitch.
Yeah, I guess.
There is the whole. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I guess a 2D sprite would obviously be way easier to do than a 3D avatar.
Yeah.
What were you gonna say,
With
Seb?
pixel art, there is the whole universe of stuff on the internet. There are groups about it, lots of resources. Fantastic. And you barely even know that pixel art is there somehow because it's so not present in our dailies, right? Like the vast majority of the software that we use or websites that we see, it's not pixel art because it's it belongs to the past in a certain way, but it's also being kept alive, which is nice.
Yeah, keep an art form being kept alive is always a good thing. Now we just need a software that is powered by AI to create pixel characters. There probably is already, to be honest.
Yeah, probably so. It seems like that would actually be one of the easier things that it could do.
Yeah.
I mean, at least like basic things.
AI pixel art generator, no signups.
You know the games that were shown during the Xbox showcase? The only one that Don't Nod game I really like the look of, just because I like most of the games that Don't Nod make. But the reason I disliked most of them was they were too cutesy and cartoony. And
No, I agree. I was saying that during the entire thing. I was like, man, I want more realistic looking games. I mean, like, there's nothing wrong with those types of games, but they were just showing it was like all they were showing in that showcase.
But that seems to be the thing for indie games, right? That they're all kind of, in my mind, indie games are like pixel.
But they're not.
Games. I know they're not, but you know what I mean? There's a vast majority of indie games that are like that.
No, I know what you mean.
Now, sometimes I think what is realistic.
Photorealistic should say really, but I did
Are you saying what is realistic, like in terms of graphics, or like what is realistic in terms of like, hey, we can do this versus this might be much harder to do?
No, I mean it in a little bit more philosophical way, like photo real, right? It becomes a limitation. Like the ceiling of photorealism, it's the first thing that you're gonna hit, because if you want a magic effect, how do you make a magic effect photoreal? Okay, except the fact that it like, I don't know, you know, some energetic field or something like this, right, around the character. That stuff doesn't happen in real life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it is photoreal, it looks photoreal, but it already borders into non-photoreal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
And then
what
I
you
think
mean.
like if you go and you analyze, like, I don't know, frequencies and quantum sort of stuff, for sure there is a lot of stuff happening on that level that we don't see, we're unable to perceive it, and it must be beautiful.
I'd love a game that would portray itself in the way a colorblind person would see the world. Like just have colorblind mode turned on.
Usually people want colorblind mode to help them see the difference. But you want it to where you turn it on and you see what a colorblind person sees. There is that what's that game that oh man, it was like, I think it was a PlayStation game. It was something Swan, where it's like all white and you put out like black paint and it hits spots so that you can see like where the outlines of rooms are and things like that. You guys know what I'm talking about? I think it was something Swan.
Do you know the title?
I think Swan was in the title. That's all I can remember.
The Unfinished Swan?
Unfinished Swan. Yeah, that's it. Have you ever seen this game, Steve?
No. Oh, I recognize. Was that the Chinese room, right?
Was it Chinese Room? No, I think it was Giant Sparrow.
Oh, I've seen it before. Yeah.
It's a very cool game.
It's like Ethan Carter.
No, it's very unique. You start out in a level and you don't see anything, but then you like shoot out black paint, and I'm trying to see if they show it. Okay, they're not really showing it here. Maybe this shows it. Can you see my screen?
Yep. I'm watching your streams. So.
Yeah, here you go. Yeah, so you would throw out paint like this and you would start to see stuff. I know this isn't really what you were talking about, but this just made me think of that. It was a very cool idea for a game.
It is indeed.
I don't remember if this is PlayStation only.
What's the game where you take a picture with a Polaroid camera and you can like aim it at a certain bit in the level? Let's say, for example, there's a canyon You take
Yeah.
a picture of the ground and
That game
you can
just
walk
came
through it.
out, right? Came out last year.
Yeah.
Oh shoot. Camera puzzle game. I played the demo. Viewfinder. Yeah, that was very cool.
Yeah.
Have you seen this game, Steve? I mean,
Every now and then there's a puzzle
Seb.
game
No,
released
no.
whose main mechanic is
Yeah, this
so
game was very cool.
incredible that the game is guaranteed to
You know, I
take
just
the world
realized
by
that
storm.
when you ask me that
All of
question,
the
I just
deliverables
realized
of
that my
those
life
games,
is pretty
and this
boring
is
because
also one of those
while
games. Welcome to
you
Viewfinder and prepare to have
on,
your
on,
mind
on your
blown.
side you
This is a
explore a lot
partially
of
tested
games and
demo,
you're
but
exposed to a
I've
lot
been
of
playing
stuff.
this game for a
I
long time,
spend my
and
time
absolutely
figuring
love
out
it comes out.
where to put stuff on a GPU, if it should be on a vertex shader or a pixel shader or stuff like that. So it's kind of like very boring.
Well, boring is subjective, right? So
Yeah, that's fun for some people.
technically fun.
It becomes fun only in one second. I call it 1 second fun because like you get a frame drop on certain areas or whatever, and you're trying to figure out how to avoid that,
Mm-hmm.
and then you move stuff from one shader to another shader. Let's say, like a typical example, and then suddenly you're like, hey, I fixed something. Now it's running fast.
Yeah. There is something that's really satisfying about that. I know what you mean.
Because the classic assumption is that if you want the game to run well, you just buy a better GPU, right? Or a lot of people are asking, hey, why I have this very expensive GPU but the game is not using it?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So it's in reality it's the other way around.
I mean, would you say that optimization is like a second thought nowadays? Because that's kind of my take on the industry. That optimization is kind of laid back a bit in the
A
AAA.
professor in my school days, we had a computer science class, and a professor told me at that time the Pentium CPU just came out, and he basically said, hey guys, from today on, because Pentium is out, we're not optimizing anything anymore because everything is too fast, which is a lot of nonsense.
Oh, wow.
I still clearly remember that everybody was like, what the hell are you talking about?
I mean, I kind of get what he's saying, though, because, like, well, was this like the original Pentium or like the Pentium 4?
I think it was the original Pentium.
Because, like, if you said that about the Pentium 4, like, people still try and find those Pentium 4s because you could overclock them so high. And, I think you could get those up to, like, around 5 gigahertz. And, like, processors nowadays are still only around 5 gigahertz. We haven't gotten faster than that. We've added more cores now, but we really haven't gotten faster in terms of just, like, brute force speed.
Yeah, a lot of modern problems purely rely on brute force.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because that's the most intuitive way of solving problems. You just pick a hammer and you hammer that stuff in.
Yeah.
Like my weak point is networking. I know very little about it, and I'm not interested at all in networking, right? As in computer networking.
Yeah.
Wait, in what? What did you say?
Computer networking, like how.
Oh, networking. Yeah.
TCP, IP works, and all of that.
Yes,
stuff.
I am with you. I hate that stuff. I'm not quite as into computers as I used to. I used to really be into hardware and like, I mean, I've always built my own computers, but I used to like really, really get into them and research every little thing and just keep up with like all of the new hardware and stuff that was coming out. But I have just never gotten into the networking stuff.
Yeah. Anyway, my point was what I was trying to say is that because it functions on a distance, a lot of noise gets introduced in these signals. So there is a ton and ton and ton of correction algorithms and approaches, if you want to call them that way.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole area of networking is such a pain in the butt.
Yeah. It definitely seems like it.
But hey, because of it, we can now, right now, do what we're doing.
I know.
Just hanging about.
I am very thankful for it. I'm just glad that I don't have to deal with it.
I had to ping a bunch of servers today. It wasn't fun. I had like a whole list of server names I had to put in the command prompt and ping them.
Did they all talk to you?
Yeah.
That's good.
Wasn't too bad. It was only what, like 10 milliseconds or something. Wasn't too bad. I never really paid attention to what ping really is, or like back in the day when I would play Team Fortress 2 when it came out, I'd be like, never really looked into it, never really understood.
Were you here yesterday when I was researching the cloud gaming stuff?
Partially, yeah. That's why I came back. I was like, yep, okay. I only came in at the last point.
Yeah, that was actually really interesting, some of the stuff that I learned about that. Because I had always thought about this, but I never really knew like what the average time was for, the average latency for like a mouse or a controller, and then how much latency there is between like sending the signal to your PC and then it coming back to the monitor.
The magic number that you're looking for is, I think it's 16.66.
Well, so that's for frame rate, right? For 60 FPS, you want 16.6 milliseconds.
Right.
But what I was not clear on is, like, if I'm playing a first-person shooter and I click my mouse to shoot, right? How much time does it take from the time that I click my mouse for it to send that signal through the wire to the computer? Then the computer has to analyze, figure out what to do with that. And then it has to, do those calculations. And then it sends the signal back out into my monitor. I wasn't clear exactly how, like what a long amount of time would be or what a short amount of time would be. And what I found was that if it's under 100 milliseconds, then that's usually enough to where you don't really notice, like the average person doesn't notice 100 milliseconds of latency between, clicking your mouse and expecting something to happen on the screen. And I was a little surprised with that because that seemed quite high.
So 100 milliseconds. That's like what? 5, 6, 7 frames on a 60 frame per second?
Yeah. 100 divided by 16. Oops.
0.66.
16.6.
It's 6 and something, so 6 frames.
Yeah.
Kind of a lot if you think about it.
I know. Yeah. That's why I was kind of surprised because someone in my chat had asked if I really thought that cloud gaming was ever going to be like fully possible. And my consensus has always been that I didn't think that it would be, because I was always thinking, like when I play a multiplayer game, I typically want to have a really quick ping of like 20 milliseconds,
Wow, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, but like if I have a ping of somewhere around 80 or 100 milliseconds, then to me that's quite noticeable. But what I didn't,
'cause you die if you play a shooter, you die. in
yeah,
that time.
but what I didn't fully understand is when that is giving you that ping number. I mean, you may already know this, but when that is giving you that ping number, that is just simply the ping of the server that you're accessing. On top of that number, there's also the latency that, like I said, the click of your mouse that it takes. So, there's a few milliseconds that it takes for you to click your mouse, and then it sends that to your computer, and then it has to send it out over the server, and then it has to analyze it on the server, and then send that back to you. So if all of that is under 100 milliseconds, then it's not noticeable.
It's also not noticeable because there are other mechanisms in place when you're playing these games. There is the waiting mechanism. So there needs to be the job of the server is actually to make sure that everything is more or less in sync. So sometimes, like when you would press your key and a bullet would shoot out, towards another player, is the server that needs to mitigate those time differences and figure it out if it's appropriate or not for you to hit that person.
Yeah.
In terms of location in the game and stuff like that. So that's one factor. But yeah, I mean, obviously what you want is the machine to do stuff on your command and when you say, right? So if the name of the game is shooting, for example, and you click that mouse, you expect the bullet to go out on the spot. But would you notice the difference? I don't know. Or how much it would matter? That's my question. How much it would matter?
Yeah. Here's the article that I was reading about. I'm going to paste it in the chat here if you want to look at it. I thought it was pretty interesting. Gave me some good insights for things that I hadn't really known the answer to.
Because of physics latency. Huh?
Okay, guys.
But then I think what's happening also is that the ping that you're getting really depends on the geolocation. Like if you ping a server on the opposite side of the world, that's something else.
Yeah, so that was one of the conclusions of this article. And I mean, I already knew this, but obviously, how far you are from the server is going to have a big impact on that.
I would love this thing to work because on a certain sort of level, games they have the possibility to unite people from different backgrounds and different corners of the world, right? So that I find that really cool. It's one of the tools that it's instead of dividing people, it's actually uniting them because they like the same thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
How are you finding PUBG, Seb?
Well, I'm not the fastest gun in the universe. Let's just put it this way.
I hate to say this, but PUBG is way easier than Fortnite. Fortnite is hard.
It is. Yeah.
I think I've only played one full match of Fortnite in my entire life. I've
played it the other.
Yeah, I saw you've been playing it. I used to like jump in like every few months just to kind of see, and like every few months I would jump in, it would be like a completely different game. And I'm sure it looks completely different from what I'm used to it looking like, or from what I remember it. But I don't know, there's just something about the Battle Royale game that I just don't enjoy. I just find it very boring and repetitive. And I also just don't like that. I don't like that I will. The times that I've played Battle Royale games, I feel like what almost always happens is one of two different things. One, I drop into a place and just like immediately get killed. Or two, I drop into a place and spend a good amount of time looting. You know, I find all my gear, I find everything that I feel good with, and I'm ready to head out, and then I just immediately get killed. That's basically what I feel like happens to me every single time I play a Battle Royale game.
It's highly competitive. It's very competitive. It's very fast.
This is a Battle Royale that I used to play a lot. I put it in the voice chat.
Cuisine Royale? What in the world? Is a brutal MMO last man standing. What is this trailer, Steve?
Oh, I don't know. That's a new one. I don't think it's revealing.
A last man standing shooter with realistic weaponry elements of lethal mystic forces and incredible superpowers. There was that vampires Battle Royale. Did you guys ever play that?
Oh,
I heard about it.
I think it was set in the Vampire Masquerade universe or something. Yeah, Vampire Blood Hunt. This game was pretty fun. I played a little bit of that. It's free to play.
was that Left 4 Dead wannabe game? Back 4 Blood. Yeah, I bought that and I was so sad when they decided to cancel.
Even the graphics, it's a little bit quite nice.
You know, you could have just gotten that game on Game Pass, Steve.
Not the time. Warface and War Thunder used to be the thing. World of Warships.
Is World of Warships still really popular? I'm assuming it is.
I think it is. Have you heard of Foxhole?
Foxhole? No.
Yeah, I'll put that one in. This one is actually really, really cool. Oh, you found it, yeah.
Yep.
It's not in Battle Royale. It's,
Is it World War II?
no idea, I haven't played much of it.
Footage is taken from actual gameplay of real players in a live war. Nothing in this video is staged. Yeah, this looks like World War II or World War I, maybe?
You get given like specific jobs, and you can like dig trenches or.
That's what would happen to me if I played this game. Hey, go dig a trench.
They get really serious, and that's why I only played a few hours because.
Sounds like Arma. Have you ever played Arma?
I've heard of Arma.
Oh my goodness! Like, people get super serious with that.
They were role playing when I was playing it. They were like,
Yeah, that's how Arma is.
your ass off the floor. Like,
yeah, people like they really get into Arma.
Tales of Kanzera.
Welcome to Alton.
What did you say, Seb?
It's a game called Tales of Kanzera.
That sounds familiar.
That looks quite nice to at least appealing to me. I don't know. But I'm one of those people who like to play Rayman, you know.
Oh yeah, I remember this just came out. Yeah, this looks really good. Metroidvania.
I just realized I have Armor 3. That's what it sounded familiar.
Probably everyone has at least one of the Armas.
Yeah.
Pretty sure they've given them away a bunch of times.
Wasn't DayZ based off of Armor?
Oh, it might
As a
be.
mod?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't DayZ like officially out now?
Have you seen the 7 Days to Die roadmap?
Or that's what I'm thinking of. 7 Days to Die. I always
so
get
they're
those confused.
releasing 0.1 next month.
0.1?
And then
You mean 1.0?
1.0, sorry. And then the thing of story mode in 2025. It'll be in the video that they released in an update.
Oh, brother. So wait, 1.0 is not going to have story mode?
No. So what it will be is 1.0 releases, and now that means it's out of early access, and then weather will be the next big update.
So it's really not in 1.0 then.
It should be in the updates actually.
I'm just joking because, like, I mean, this game was like one of the first early access games, you know?
Yeah.
It came out in 2013. It's been in early access for 11 years. Oh.
You guys are aware there is a game out called Prison Architect 2?
Yeah. 2. Yeah, it's 3D now. They've gone from 2D to 3D, which I find interesting. I'm not particularly a fan of that idea.
Not really, no. I agree.
No, I'm excited
It's
for
like
that.
$40.
Wait, is it out yet?
No, it's a pre-purchase. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I thought, like, I was way more interested in this style than the top-down. But that's just more so because I just don't really like the style of the first one.
Hey, Prince of Persia.
Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like Seb is just, like, finding all these new games.
Yeah, a whole new universe opened in front of me. But I used to play Prince of Persia, I think, on Commodore computers when I was little.
Yeah.
Or something.
Did you ever play Sands of Time?
I don't think so. Would you advise me to?
I mean, it's arguably like the most popular Prince of Persia game. It's very old at this point, but I loved Prince of Persia, Sands of Time. That Prince of Persia Sands of Time is, or Prince of Persia in general, is what eventually turned into Assassin's Creed, oddly enough. But yeah, Sands of Time is definitely their most popular one. I don't know, can you get it on Steam?
Probably get it on GOG if not.
Prince of Persia. Oh yeah, you can get it on Steam. $10.
Oh.
Yeah, it's I mean, I remember absolutely loving this game. I also remember the controls being a little janky because it was kind of, you know, early 3D games when they were still kind of trying to figure out how to control characters in 3D.
Have you heard of Grey Zone Warfare?
Yeah.
I've just heard of this game.
Yeah, it just looks like another typical open world survival game. I
Graphics
mean,
look really good.
yeah, they do. But I don't know.
Graphics isn't anything. Oh, everything. I mean,
It just seems like there's a new one of these games every week.
Yeah.
But I mean,
at first I thought it was a new Ghost Recon game.
yeah, that's kind of what it looks like. People are craving these games. I mean, this game already has 13,000 reviews, even though they're 60% positive.
Is it like Warzone, basically?
No, I think it's just like all of these other games that are like this. Like, you know, it's like open world PvE, VP, or whatever.
Like Division and all that.
Yeah, but not as polished as Division. Honestly, it reminds me a lot of The Day Before or whatever.
Yeah.
But Lucasfilm still produces its own games, or they have
They team
oh
up.
no, like
Maybe.
subcontracting studio or something like that.
Yeah, I don't really know the structure of Lucasfilm games, but I know their logo is still on the newest Star Wars games, so I'm sure they get a cut somehow. But I don't even. Does Disney own them?
I guess so, because it should be part of the package that Lucas sold to Disney, right?
Probably, yeah.
I'm looking at Indiana Jones and the Great Circle.
Oh yeah, is this your first time seeing that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of Indiana Jones though.
Let's see. Lucasfilm. Parent is Walt Disney Studios. Wait, according to Wikipedia, this says that Lucasfilm Games has 10 employees.
Yeah, could be.
Was the Monkey Island games LucasArts?
I think it was LucasArts, yeah.
Really? I didn't know that. Line of adventure games based on its Scum engine in the 90s, including Maniac Mansion, Monkey Island, several Indiana Jones games.
Yeah, those are the pack of games that I really enjoy playing. Honestly.
Yeah. Did you ever play the Myst games, Seb?
Myst.
Yeah, yeah.
Go ahead.
There was one game. Let me try to. Forgot, but I found it so nice. The Dig. It's called the Dig.
The Dig
game. And I think it's loosely based on a story of Stephen King. Could be.
Came out in 1995.
I played it. My wife played it. I just love that game. I love it.
Have you ever played The Witness?
Let me see 1 second. I have a very short memory.
I think the Chinese Room also released.
Oh yeah, my wife did. My wife did for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
What'd you say about the Chinese Room?
On the oil rig game? With the oil rig game, Still Wakes the Deep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think they released some footage or something.
Oh, really?
Find it. Yeah. Saw it on LinkedIn. Maybe it might have been a little clip.
I'm not seeing anything except from a month back.
Maybe they only released it on LinkedIn and didn't. The Chinese Room still acts like a really small studio.
I mean, how big are they?
I'd say they're bigger than the average indie studio.
What is the average indie studio?
Around about 15.
Yeah, I'm sure they're bigger than that.
Yeah.
Visions of Mana. Wait, did I? Yeah, Visions of Mana has such a beautiful graphics.
Yeah.
Plus, they have so many projects in the works as well, with Bloodlines and Still Wakes the Deep.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Wikipedia says they have 100 plus employees. Oh, they're also owned by Sumo Digital.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Oh, well, they're definitely not indie then, are they?
Sumo Group. Yeah.
Oh, wait, are they owned by Embracer?
Oh, good question.
Or what did you say? I thought you said I thought I heard you say Embracer Group.
No.
Oh.
Oh, I said the Sumo Group.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sumo Group. So what all does Sumo Group own? They own Sumo Digital. Oh, well, it's mostly just Sumo Digital. Okay. Honestly, I haven't really heard of any of these studios except for Chinese Room.
Red Kite Studios. They're quite good.
I don't see them.
I only know them because I tried getting a job there. I based my final major project around their games. So.
What have they made? wait, I don't think this is them.
No, that's not it.
Red Kite Studio.
I
Red
recognize that
Kite
logo.
Records.
No.
Oh, here we go. Oh, wait. Do they make that game?
No, that's Point. Look, 2 Point Studios makes that, but they probably
what?
team
Control?
up with
Harry Potter?
I think they're a outsourcing studio.
Nah, they're a fake dev then. So they don't make anything original?
No, they just outsource their artists to work on these games.
What a bunch of losers. I'm just kidding. Senior graphics programmer, senior network programmer, senior physics programmer, senior gameplay. A lot of senior positions they have open.
Oh, here we are. Sorry. Still Wakes the Deep. QA and production documentary. Let me send it in the chat. It'll be too long to watch on the stream, but there we go. Released 23 hours ago.
World premiere. The Horror Game Awards.
Good and wrong per se, right? There are situations and situations that needs to be solved. I try to get a clear overview of what is happening.
I don't know if they actually release it.
And based on that,
actual gameplay
I can
footage in it.
orient what I'm going to, as a team, to be focusing on during the day.
We're a small production team. There's only 2 of us, so I do quite a lot of different things. But the bulk of my work is just keeping an eye on the team, making sure from cutscenes to beta requirements, anything you could possibly imagine that could be tracked, I've got a spreadsheet for it.
In an ideal world where you have all those different traits making a video game, if everything was smooth, went fine.
Doesn't feel like the kind of thing that they would show on the Horror Game Awards.
Everything is on fire. For us, that's normal.
When your job is problem solving, there's no end to the problems. We are constantly shouldering problems and finding solutions. It does get stressful sometimes. I'm not going to say
sometimes we even make up our own problems to solve.
Because that would be a lie. But I thrive under it. We all thrive under it as a unit, and we have each other to lean on.
There is nothing to panic about.
Our job is panic control.
They're being told to laugh.
Yeah, that's well put. Yeah.
In terms of collaboration,
it does kind of feel like they're being held hostage or something. Oh, this is a very strange documentary to me.
Yeah.
whatsoever, and so we immediately
Is to
Maybe they were bored one day and
and to be able to say, okay, the game finishes like that. Alpha is you can play the game start to finish, and some stuff look final. Beta, you can keep on playing the game start to finish, but everything must
So,
look
do we think this is
fine.
going to be
After
a
beta
walking
comes the phase
simulator
where
kind of
we
game?
are
I'm worried
Like-
that it is.
Yeah.
There are builds that we are going to submit to publishers. I think for me, the moment it really clicked was at
Gameplay reveal. Let's see. There's some walking. More walking.
Ooh, the camera shook. Scary. Wait a minute, what was that? Weird light. Oh. I've seen this.
Hmm. Seems pretty walking simmy.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks amazing.
I saw a mistake there with the 3D asset.
Where?
Where they were crawling underneath that rusty. It looks like stretched. Ooh.
Right there.
Yeah. Just pointing.
It's ruined. Now I can't play it.
Yeah. I love how they added physics to that one screwdriver that was floating in the water. So it's based on a real event, right?
A real person walking?
Still wakes the deep. The story, is it based on like an actual disaster, or is it?
Oh, I have no idea.
Fiction. I was thinking the same thing. It kind of does remind me of Outlast. A little bit. Coming out next
June?
month, isn't it?
Yeah,
June?
I think.
Yeah.
Or July, maybe? It's either June or July. Yeah, I think if you go into this game, you better prepare it to be a walking sim.
Yeah. If you look at the Chinese rooms history.
Yeah, I mean, they're all walking
100%.
sims.
Yeah. That's why I was worried about Vampire Bloodlines, because it's something that they've not really gone into before.
Yeah.
They just seem like such an odd studio to pick to carry the project.
It's very odd, yeah. Didn't even show any enemies or gameplay. I hate to tell you, Alex, but that is the gameplay. That's probably what you're going to be doing. But again, like, that's okay to me. I don't necessarily mind a hide-and-seek game like that. Especially if it has good atmosphere and everything.
Yeah. Tencent.
Wait, so is Sumo Digital owned by Tencent, or does Tencent have a stake in Sumo Digital?
I think they do. Yeah. Sumo Group is owned by Tencent. So.
Graphics look neat. Gameplay doesn't look interesting at all. All games have good graphics now, though. Unreal Engine's pretty easy to make things look good. That's true.
I would still say, like, Gone to the Rapture looks amazing still.
Yeah, it does. Is that UE4 or is that UE3?
Ooh. Yeah. I'd love if they made another game like Gone to the Rapture.
When did that come out? Oh, 2015. Probably UE4. When did UE4 come out? Do you guys know?
No idea.
Oh, well, I didn't realize it was that late. March 19th, 2014. I thought it was much earlier than that. So it might have been UE3.
It still looks good. Dang.
Well, Dear Esther must have been UE3 then. Because that game came out in like 2012. And that still looks amazing. Although, it is interesting because, like, I look at these screenshots and I'm like, yeah, that looks okay. But I remember when this came out, I was like, this is photorealistic.
Yeah.
It's so funny how that happens, isn't it? Like,
yeah.
You know, are we going to look at Quixel Megascans 10 years from now and be like, yeah, that looks awful?
They're literally photo.
I know, but again, like, I thought this looked photorealistic back then. Hi, Solar Chief. We thought GTA 6 had photorealistic.
I do think a lot of it does come down to the choice of lighting, though.
Yeah, lighting is huge. Yeah, and having like proper global illumination and HDRIs, that kind of stuff makes such a big difference.
Yeah.
All right.
Be solved by the lumen and nanite and all of that stuff. The problems are more like the more expensive graphics operations, like subsurface scattering, stuff like that.
Would you
It's
say
all about
that
materials, you see?
It's not about what?
It's all about materials.
Oh.
Like a leaf against the light, you know, stuff like that. That's subsurface scattering in action, and that's very, very expensive to make it in real time.
Yeah.
was the Hideo Kojima game for Xbox?
OD?
Game OG, yeah.
OD.
I'd say that.
D as in dog.
OD. Oh yeah. OG. I'd say that was, yeah, photorealistic. But it still looks uncanny.
Yeah.
Uncanny. Still looks bad. Well, not bad, but again, it's the lighting.
Yeah, like it's, you can still tell it's not real, but I don't think it has the level of uncanniness because the animations are so good. Like just look at the, you know, like the laugh lines and the wrinkles and things, especially the guy. Like that neck jiggle, that's high quality neck jiggle there.
Neck jiggle. I wonder how many polys that is.
All of them.
All of them. 20 million. Is it done on Unreal, you reckon?
This is absolutely unreal. These are metahumans.
Ah, okay.
Yep, there you go. Unreal Engine, metahuman. I don't know what 3 lateral is. Do you guys?
Never heard of that one.
And then I don't know what that is either.
I'll look it up.
How are you doing, Helios? Davinoff, hello, Dav. Todd Howard has gone too far. Quadrilateral. Empowering digital characters across AAA productions. Character creation and animation. Metahumans. Covers the entire character creation and animation pipeline. Our services are built around 4D data and crafted for AAA development and blockbuster linear content production. Interested in doing it yourself? Before engaging with us, consider exploring metahuman. Wait. They're basically saying, like, hey, just use metahumans. You don't even need us. It's kind of funny. Whoa.
Get a paycheck for saying that.
Yeah.
Or it could be something like, hey, do it on your own, and you're going to fail, and then you're gonna come to us.
It's like when you start running into problems, then come to us.
And you do start running into problems with metahumans.
They're probably very expensive. Like they probably charge an insane amount, and so they probably only work with, you know, big budget studios. What has 41k dislikes and 14 likes? Oh, sorry, I missed your message. The new Batman game that only comes to VR, that has 41,000 dislikes. You can still see dislikes.
I thought they turned that off.
They did, but some people have like a browser extension or something to see them.
Oh, Supermassive. Oh, nice.
I wonder why people hate it so much. I thought it looked interesting. Is it just because, like, Suicide Squad and not made by Rocksteady? I mean, we didn't really see anything. Like, it's barely anything. It's just a 50-second teaser image or video. They hate it because it's only for VR. Yeah, I mean, it's not really a reason to hate something. Like, you can be sad that it's only VR. I imagine people are just frustrated because we got Suicide Squad and everyone wanted another, you know, like true Batman Arkham game, and now we get this, but it's VR only.
Am I the only one who actually thinks that these IPs are so over-abused?
Yeah. I don't think you are the only one, but for whatever reason, people do seem to want more Batman Arkham. But I'm with you, Seb. Like, they made 3 really good games, and I feel like at that point, you know, what do you want them to do? Just make another Batman game?
I think behind it, it's more like a financial issue. Like, you know that an IP is bringing in stuff, so you're gonna hammer that till exhaustion. But I think it's kind of boring. Like, okay, Batman, it's a very good story. It's a very good storyline, and they did several interpretation in games, in series, in animated cartoons, whatever. I actually like the animated cartoons a lot. But besides that, okay, finish it. You know, let's move on something on. It kind of like reminds me of the how the CPU cycle is developed. Like,
Yeah.
right now we have CPUs that were designed some years behind, and they're just releasing it right now. I mean, but the technology is already way more advanced, and we're gonna see that technology in the next years. And I think with these productions, it's kind of like the same. They have an IP that works, which is okay. But you know, I want more. I want something. I want the new thing that's Batman, but it's not Batman. I don't know if I
No,
explained.
I'm with you. I mean, I guess this is kind of weird because people are saying, like, you know, hey, we want more Batman Arkham games, but this is VR only and we don't want VR. but I am with you. Like, I much would prefer to have new IPs and new and unique games that haven't been done before, or even if it's going to be another Batman game, like do something different. Like Batman Arkham told this kind of a different story of Batman, right? Like it was based more on the Arkham storyline. So maybe they could just have like a completely different Bruce Wayne and do a different story. But I don't know.
They could do a
They,
Punisher game, couldn't they? But that's Marvel.
I don't know. I feel like people would be upset with that, honestly. I feel like people would just be upset no matter what, pretty much. Like, unless they literally just came out and said, hey, we're going to make Batman Arkham 4.
Why don't they make a game where you play as the villain? Like
You mean
Joker?
Suicide Squad?
Well, yeah, but not like Suicide Squad.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Steve. Let's try that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think
Did people really hate it because you were playing villains, though, or was it more to do with?
no,
actual
people hate
gameplay itself?
Suicide Squad because it just is an awful game, it looks like. And it's a live service game, and nobody wants live service games anymore. Is it a new Metroid? Not Metroid game. Is it a new Metro game, or is it Metro? Like, aren't they remaking it for VR? Or no, maybe it is new. Yeah, this was announced a while ago, wasn't it?
I'm noticing a lot of people putting a lot of resources into VR again. Probably because of Apple, no?
Probably.
I don't know. I honestly think the Meta Quest, I hate that name. Oculus Rift was such a better name. But I honestly think that is by far the most popular one, and I really think it's arguably the best one, especially for the price. But from what I heard about the Apple Vision Pro is Apple has slashed their estimates for how many that's going to sell because it's not selling nearly as many as they thought. I don't know if Apple really got that product right. I think it's way, way, way too expensive.
I think the technology is not there yet. It's like,
yeah.
I mean, if you want to come out with VR right now, it has to look like the best looking game that is possible today, but in VR. Anything else just doesn't cut it, for me at least.
I think
and for that, you don't have the computer processing power to do it on a device. It needs to be pixel streaming or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're pretty close. I mean, like some of the games that I've played on the Oculus or like PC VR, streaming it to the Oculus looks really good. I mean, Half-Life Alyx looks incredible. But I think that I agree with you that I just don't think the hardware is there quite yet because, like, I mean, if you look at the Apple one, the battery life is like an hour and a half or something. And that's with the external battery. Like, that's just ridiculous to have an external battery. At the same time, like, that battery is pretty big. You can't really easily just strap it onto the headset somehow. And then the headset itself is just still this big, bulky headset, right? That as much as they can do to make it comfortable and sleek looking, it still just kind of looks ridiculous.
I think that VR will lose. I think it will lose at the end of the day. But this is just speculation, my own speculation. Right? I think the next step is going to be something implanted in the brain. that's gonna act like that and insert those signals into your site.
I think you might be right, but I feel like we are still so far away from that being a reality.
Oh, yeah.
That, you know, like, I don't know, 50 years maybe. And even then, like, the problem with that is it has to be so good and so well tested that you're willing to go and get like an actual implant of some kind, like a surgical procedure to get something to alter your brain. And I think people are just going to be really reluctant to do that. But yeah, I mean, until we can get something like that, I kind of agree with you that I don't know if VR is really ever truly going to take off. I do think that there's a big enough audience that I think that I don't think it's going to go away entirely, because I think Meta seems to have figured it out pretty well in terms of creating a product that is fairly inexpensive but offers a really good quality and can do a lot. And so as long as there's an audience there, which I think there seems to be, I think that VR will probably be around. But I think what I'm more excited about is having like augmented reality in just regular glasses, so I could just put on like regular glasses and then I could, I don't know, maybe sit on my couch and have like a virtual game show up on my table or something like that. And being able to like see my world around me, but also see a virtual environment would be cool.
There is a JavaScript package called 3GS, which is, let's say, a 3D environment. And a lot of AR applications rely on that package, right? And what is happening actually, they do have support for path tracing, actually ray tracing.
Mm-hmm.
It's not real time yet, but it actually works. If you go on 3GS, you're gonna see some examples there that are quite cool. I used to work with that with those things a lot, quite so many years, and they're quite powerful. Not three, like THREEGS.
3G is in good?
Three and all attached. JS.
Oh,
JavaScript.
JS. Gotcha.
The most visually
It's based on
WebGL.
WebGL.
One or more lights to make the shapes visible. And finally, there needs to be a camera to give the end user perspective on the screen. Is go into the index.html file and add a canvas to the body, which will be the element that shows the actual 3JS scene. Notice how it comes before the main.js script and has an ID of background. From there, we'll go into our style sheet and give the canvas fixed positioning.
I mean, it has full support for PBR, in materials,
to serve as a background,
and quite a lot of
we
stuff.
will overlay other HTML elements on top of it. From there, we'll
have you played with any of the path tracing in Unreal?
Is import the 3JS library. To start things off.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
I haven't tried it out yet. I imagine my hardware couldn't really handle it very well, though.
What do you have as
a 3080?
GPU? Yeah, it's going to work. No worries.
But not like real time, right?
No. That's more stuff like for the sequencer when you make cinematics and stuff like that. Although it doesn't make sense to make cinematics with path tracing.
Yeah. Have you seen Cyberpunk with running path tracing?
I haven't, no, but I am so interested into seeing that.
Yeah, it looks pretty insane. But I mean, I think it barely works. I think, I think you pretty much have to have like a 4090 and use DLSS 3 with frame generation and ultra performance and all that stuff.
Well, I have a 4090. Maybe I should try.
Yeah, you should try it out. Guys, I think I'm going to hop off. I'm going to get some food, take a little break.
All right.
Cool.
But yeah, take care, guys. I am going to try and do more of these streams. I know today was probably kind of boring because I was literally just doing like cutting out stuff in Photoshop all day. But hey, at least I got it done. I needed to do that, so glad that I got that done. I'm going to go ahead and say goodbye to you guys in the Discord. Bye, guys.
Bye.
And then I will say goodbye to you guys on stream. Yeah, take care. I plan on doing a stream tonight. We'll play something. I might check out that Sandland demo, or there was something else that I wanted to play as well. I don't remember what it was though. But anyway, I'll probably be back later tonight and we'll play something. So until then, take care, everyone. And I'll see you guys next time. Good night, hacking. Bye, Solar Chief. Bye, everyone.